Welcome back, friends, to the Zero Parades for Dead Spies, the latest game from the people from who brought Disco Elysium. Gonna continue from where we last stopped. Like and share and enjoy yourself. Lion Blade playthrough as usual. Don't know how this will go. Watch the very end. And yeah.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide.
People's Trade Bureau, Novesa's office. I'm here to support you, trade agent. What do you need?
Trade agent, not Cascade. A verbal reminder that not everything should be discussed openly on a public payphone.
Trouble with the bank. Unsurprising. Have you tried checking the post boxes? Any envelopes in there will have names and addresses. For God's sake, Cascade.
A Cascade slipped through there. That question clearly annoyed her for some reason. The type of inquiry that should be far beneath an operant, especially one with your level of experience.
Very well. I told you I can't send you on. I can only advise. I think a quiet purchase is best. Less paperwork. How you arrange that is up to you.
Go Eyes, the street hustler and man of many endeavors. He's your lead.
You will. You must. Trade agent, you should only attempt to build your own tool as a last resort. But if you manage to find anything genuinely Lucian in or around the bazaar, that would probably suffice. Be careful. Until next time, trade agent.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Renotel. You step away from the payphone. Marito squints up at the dilapidated building, shielding his eyes with an orange slip of paper. He grunts as you approach.
Hola again, miss. Please step. Eviction notice, miss. We got reports of squatters in the Palace of Culture. Marito's about to go in.
He leans to the side, peering into the dark entrance. Then he tilts forwards, just a bit, and stops entirely. Does the proto-fascist larvae not know that palaces of culture were built to be free and open to all?
It's for their safety. The building's all rotten on the inside. Bits have been coming off for ages, and it's getting worse. They shouldn't be in there. Not to mention that if anything happens, we'll waste valuable Guardia time picking their remains out of the rubble. That's not the Guardia's problem now, is it?
He makes no move towards the building at all.
The delivery tunnel right behind me, I'm thinking. That's the only way in or out since the awning collapsed last year. Unless they've been hiding out in there for months. Not right now, miss. Marito needs to concentrate.
He nods at you.
Why are you asking me? You went in there, didn't you? It's right across. I stay vigilant. So again, why do you? I know I wouldn't have gone in there myself. That's all. I was asked to keep an eye on it not long ago. You know, just in case.
By whom?
Baby girl, there are many questions I haven't asked you. Being a thoughtful, caring man. Just stay away from there. That's all I'll say.
His eyes narrow to slits. He's scanning you, as he has...
I see. Someone causing you grief, baby girl? Then, hypothetically, it's not that simple. Since you're not local, let me explain something. B-Town's not like other places. Yeah, there's guns around, but you don't get one easily. The laws are tight. Carabineros roll out these gunpowder sniffing hounds and go on walks a couple times a year. You know, to remind people what's what. The dogs are a mean foreign breed. No hair, all teeth. My cousin, Alishba, lost a chunk of her calf to one. I'm sure she was, but she's still not walking right a decade later. My point is, you don't walk armed around here. I'm saying, show me your palms. Hold them out, side by side, even. My great-grandmother, back at Rustam, she was a strega. Saved 3 men from suicide. She married a Bostanji and made him quit.
A high-ranking member of the military, sworn to protect the Rustamian head of state, back when the dream of Rustam still was a state. The past you can account for, but the future...
Could mean anything, could mean nothing. Whatever it is, you'll be better off facing it with my protection.
People like him have an intuition for things like this. Mystic knowledge, passed down through the generations. This isn't good news.
Your love line is split clean in two. About midway. Like you were cut off for a while. First time seeing this.
It's not the lions he cares about. Only your reactions to his reaction.
Almost.
Suddenly, his posture straightens and he looks up. The soft warmth emanating from him dissipates.
All right, you're good. We can talk. Just say the word.
This is a man of many competing loyalties. His family, his business, his friends. But the one that stays his hand the most.
I hear you. But catch me up real quick. What is your religion?
Your answer here must be important. The final test. Religion is an illusion meant only to hold captives.
I feel sad for you if that's what you think. Must be incredibly lonely. You know I'm in drugs, right?
Of course. Religion is a drug for the masses. It's code. Shiftily, he looks around left and right. After a moment, he blows in and out, then leans in to whisper.
You cannot tell my brothers about this, alright? But I've got the best ex around.
It's not as serious as that, but you get the point.
All right, let's start with the big picture. What kind of protection are we talking about? Nothing else would do. A vision with a vision. That's what you are. Still, for Boatman?
At the Novessa greenhouse, you and the other would-be operants were trained on steel. There's something comforting in the familiarity.
That's my girl. Now, this one's crucial. Safety switch, or you ride and roll.
Safety. No impact.
Sure, I can respect that. Plus you get the satisfaction of taking it off. For you, I'll even throw in an add-on. Gratis. You got a particular in mind?
Keeping it quiet wouldn't go amiss.
I'll see if I can get you a subsonic kit. It'll be a stubby suppressor. Oh man, I'm excited for you. Give me 2 months, and it's yours. Baby, I come from a gun dynasty. We breathe gunpowder and burp recoil. Our babies learn to field strip rifles in the dark. We don't joke about them. Tomorrow? Shit. Why do I always fall for the high-maintenance girls? Alright. It won't be your dream piece, but it'll be good. Only thing is, I need cash up front.
You sure about this? You could just make your dream piece instead.
A factory issue. Fresh out the crate. Likely to be a 9mm. No paper trail. Serious crap. I know your weapon the second I'll see it, but quality and quick turnarounds don't come cheap. I'll be seeing you.
This must be Reno's place. The dolphin indicates as much.
Private residence. Please state now. Are you? No. The business has concluded for now. I mean, I have no idea about any business.
Both of those things can't be true.
No, I simply misspoke. You must. You sure don't look like one of them.
You step away. Doors crowd you, stacked upon each other. Behind one of them, your former asset Eszti, draped in a see-through cloak. Eszti knew it. Competent, unlikable. Like her, cold, well-connected, and in her native element in the grey rooms of the city's bureaucratic and political ventricle. One of these apartments belongs to Eszti. You just have to discover which. There appears to be a residence list on the wall. You could start there. You must be subtle in your approach. Your asset is still living her cover. That will make her unpredictable and desperate. Eszti keeps a special mental calendar marked critical phone call from Herschel. The calendar has been counting for 5 years. A large framed board with the title Residence printed across the top. Sounds promising, but probably too easy. The title and initial entries are printed in thick, embossed ink. But over time, names have been crossed out or added with rough pencil. You read the list, including the crossed out entries. You read it again. There is no... The list appears haphazard and poorly maintained, which no doubt suits Eszti perfect. You come away from the wall.
No soliciting. And mind the floors, will you? Good. Thank you. Finally, some cooperation. You notice my badge? It's actually not just a building. I manage the entire housing campaign. I do what I can. More than most managers would, but there's only so much you can accomplish with a paintbrush and a broom. You should have seen what this place was like when Nestor put it up. Real class, real majesty. A palace for the people. During the Nestor-ismo years, when the city was developing, some families needed to relocate so that we could have infrastructure. And this place was built to house them. It was a visionary project built in accordance with modern ideas. Cleanliness, efficiency, order. A different class of people moved in. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the children of the people that were here in the first place were born a different class of people than their parents. Important people, artists. Not like the vandals that infest it now. Spiritually. No respect for the doors, the walls, or themselves. Or me, of course. Sometimes I think they vandalized that railing just to spite me. I think it's happening to everything. At least you're aware of it. It's good that some people remember what we were capable of. Back when we had the sense of decency and cleanliness. There have always been problems, if that's what you mean. But the general... Situations like the one my son is in would have been inconceivable to another generation. A young man in the prime of his life, crippled, actually crippled by his devotion to... I don't even know what to call it. Some intangible social currency that exists only in his mind and in those of his idiot friends. I can't explain what I can't understand, and that's the point. Can you imagine my father saying this about me? About anyone from my generation? Stories like his are a sign of the times. I liked it a lot better when people just did their work. But along the way, from there to here, we lost something. His whole generation, I worry, genuinely about what will happen once mine is too old to work. Will they be able to keep the trams running? The plumbing? The electricity? Will the railing go unpainted until one day it crumbles and falls off? I'm not exaggerating when I say he and his idiot friends are fully capable of starving to death without realizing it, was evaluating each other's transparent jockstraps, or whatever the latest scene trend is. Not really. I mean, you could help me sweep if you wanted to, but... No, of course not. But I like to think if I can keep this place clean, I can keep my head above water. Look around. You think one person alone can clean all this? We used to have one manager and 3 concierge. Now, it's just me. I'll pay you 20 sol if you're interested. You asked. I think the more we all dedicate ourselves to our own tasks, just the punctual tasks, the better it'll be for everyone. I said no soliciting. Very clearly, in fact. No nuances here. No nuances. Decent people deserve to be treated with decency. I'm not going around identifying doors for a stranger off the street. Then you should know how to contact her. You've an air of soliciting about you, and a nice lady like that shouldn't be bothered by it. If this person who may or may not be living in this building did not send you a forwarding address, then I can't help you. Typical loiterer. Really? Are you sure you know how? This has to be done right, This is a classy building. Here. Thanks. It's looking much better. Here, pick up your feet when you walk.
Photographs, candles, tucked under the stairs. You'd be forgiven for initially overlooking the modest shrine, were it not for the roughly carved wooden figurine, waist height sat off to one side. This is a shrine to Sirius, angel of romance, war, and negotiation. The shadows shift and grow long, candles flicker in. The air thickens around you. Each prayer counts. They should not be wasted. If it weren't for the candles, you easily could have mistaken it for a shadowy heap of discarded belongings, awaiting the weekly rubbish collection. Tonio's been maintaining it, but he's the only. Few of the middle-class residents of the housing campaign want to be seen openly making offerings or tending the shrine. Such things scream working class. Among the usual photographs and candles, people have left mysterious items. A single house slipper, a dusty magnum of champagne, a small pouch filled with some sort of musky, sweet herb, and scattered throughout, wedding invitations, faded, creased, RSVP dates years in the past. It's customary to invite the angel to festivities, to bless the union. You are cordially invited to celebrate the joining of Mr. and Mrs. Pascal Kavanagh on Enatos 3rd, 92. According to law, a blessing from the Dog Star should ensure a union that lasts 30 years, minimum. You take out the little off-white wreck with a soft flutter. The card drops onto the shrine and into the dark pile of offering. Overhead, a bird hits the An officer on the pious order knocks twice on a door of an apartment in Mercia's ever-dwindling arts district. The person inside does not answer, too busy throwing everything they own onto the fire in the hearth. The smell of burning paper and plastic. They stop for a moment to stare at the object in their hands, a pomegranate red folder. At that moment, the door breaks down. The red slips of paper hung overhead undulate gently as you step back. A postbox with drawers numbered 1 to 12. The whole apparatus locked at the side with a single keyhole. No nuisances. The building manager wasn't lying. A name change, perhaps. You manage to wedge your nails into the slit of the mailbox door, but as you pull, a horrible bending sensation begins. You're going to snap them right off. The slit moves a fraction of an inch. Your fingernails move more. Crunch. A trickle of blood runs down the phalange of your middle finger. In the infinitesimal, newly created space between finger and nail, horror is born. Wild idea. Maybe try it with the pry bar. You step away. A plane cam. They kept. She must. The shadow. You scoured. Gummy, rubber. You give it. This is. The such. You turn back. A plain canvas. The rain boots. You turn back. The moving box. At some point, the first thing you notice is the sheer amount of debris that's been left behind. Empty plastic bottles, pillows without their cases, a pair of work boots, trash bags piled in the sink. This is chaos. Whoever was living here moved out in a hurry, but it wasn't tidy, meticulous Eszti. You sift through a life packed away in cardboard, the things they fought to take, and then they winnowed down their belongings to gut instinct. You fold back the building notice board stands beside a communal area. Above your fairly standard OneNote, a piece of handwritten. Beneath that, fun-hating, inappropriate. She must have married, either that or changed her name. You know that she is known in this building as Mrs. Kavanagh. That is something. You turn back to the roof. A soft golden glow shines from within, curtains drawn, return during the day. The sleek metal. This must be Reno's place. You step away. You return to the residence list. Third row, Kavanagh. It is one of the penciled names, written in a clear hand. Apartment 4. That's it. You have her. Now it's just a matter of working up the guts to knock on her door. Third row, Kavanagh. It is one of the penciled names, written in a clear hand. Apartment 4. You come away from... the abandoned cardboard moving. You fold back the...
No flyers. Up the stairs. First door on the right. Keep going to the top. Pick up your...
You have arrived at Eszti's doorstep. It's dark. You won't endear yourself to her by knocking now. Come back in the daytime. You return to the postbox. You slip your pry bar expertly into the side of the postbox. You hardly need to apply pressure. It comes undone with the slightest leverage. Shoddy maintenance, Tonio. The mangled flap of metal hangs limply, leaving the letters and parcels within exposed. You return to the... You slink away from... A plain canvas sack. The rain, you turn back.
Operant.
It's a wild, windswept day. Secure anything loose and take extra care near the shoreline.
Apologies, Operant. That's a bit beyond my remit. If you're short on funds, you should speak with your controller directly. Yes, Cascade. That's what I said.
Sweet, slightly pungent, reminds you of overripe apricots. All signs point to...
Excuse me? You're confused, Operant. You've probably just never smelt photographic toner before.
Negative. Toner has a sulfurous odor. Rotten eggs.
Oh, for God's sake. Fine.
She produces a small brown glass bottle and sets it on the counter.
It used to be a respectable habit, you know. Prescription. I don't see why a little rag now and then should be a big deal. Come off it. It's perfectly safe as long as you don't forget to sip water. All the same, I suppose it does look a touch unprofessional. Let's not tell Melita. Oh? Are you considering decorating? I told Pseudopod to use tape and not tacks if he needed to hang something. But of course, as paying tenants, you are technically allowed to personalize the space however you'd like.
Though within reason is implied.
He doesn't seem to have gotten around to it. I thought, well, he seemed a little homesick. I thought it might help.
He died alone, in an unfamiliar room with nothing to remind him of who he was or where he came from.
Or perhaps a nice throw pillow, or a framed picture. Something pastoral. Well, regardless, I know Pseudopod wasn't able to pass along the word, so I just wanted to let you know. If you do have any questions, let me know. I'll be here if you require...
The bed welcomes you. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down. The bed looks cold and disheveled. You turn away.
Lonely.
His half-hooded eye. This man is no would-be passenger. He craves to be the Tract, to be wheeled and choo-chooed upon without remorse.
Am I? She is powerful. She is all-consuming, tenacious, unrivaled, strongest. She is trained. I am trapped. I was beginning to think I didn't need this, any of this. That maybe the broken train was a sign to just move on if I could. But you're right. Of course. I crave a state of railwayness. I see it all now. My desires are clear. Lolita must roll upon me like thunderous locomotion. Medium-sized. I should do. And then meet my friend the ambassador at the table to discuss terms. Oh yes, this. Too small for me now. Love is hell, isn't it?
Now find the other half, and you'll have the full thing. You could even repair it and return it to Reno. Or just hold on to it. That's half a blackmail tool you've just acquired. It's already humming with ill intent.
Well, that is, of course, a secret.
Lap in the air like a giant child's tongue.
Sign an agreement by both parties. Definition of a treaty. Have at it. No. To commune with the prophet, you must first offer libation.
Could have guessed that was coming.
Again. Now you understand. Che Meramot, if you insist. Wonder.
The senior negotiator takes the drink from you and downs it without even sitting up properly.
Now, treaties and secrets. I presume you're familiar with La Tour Vulgar?
The master treaty that ended history and stagnated all current world affairs, signed 96 years ago by the developed world and the superbloc. With the cessation of war between great powers, spies became the new soldiers, a twilight ascendancy.
But I don't think they realize that it's still being negotiated. This secret treaty that MTER has brought to loose, it's another piece of scaffolding to prop up the decaying facade of the Tour Vulgar. It is. It must be. La Luz have started up military action again. This Reunion campaign of theirs, imperialism with new branding. We're going to shut all that down. No more fighter jets, no more aircraft carriers, no more little annexations of former territories that end with flat-bombed capitals and bodies in craters. A free peek in the girls' changing rooms, of course. A dalliance with the developed world. Culture blockade comes down. La Luz get to hawk their wares uninhibited.
Exchanging one front for another. No physical war, just a cultural one.
Apparently, some tete-a-tete time with the Minister of Mass Culture himself. Oh, word is, Reyes is very keen on this deal. Wants it to happen.
Grand Lich confirmed and triangulated.
A few cries of dissent amongst the military hardliners, yes. All action, light, and noise. No understanding of soft power. At Reno's pied-à-terre, the city's true seat of power. I don't know. Gaps in the schedule, unclear times of arrival. Oscar and Freddy are getting played, and played hard. Metamoto is just the maintenance man, sent in to check the oldest part of the house, see if it'll hold another few years. I do, yes. I think it's a very good deal for the bank. Look around. Lucian culture is already among us. Bringing them into the developed world won't make that much difference. If anything, it will legitimize the culture and render it less sexy. Not ashamed to admit, I was quite moved by some of the recent electropop offerings. The cartoon wolves, too. Very covetable, strong appreciating asset. And you never know. Maybe showing them the wonders of our side of town will have a liberalizing influence on their more isolationist tendencies. The mood. He will take the whole, even if it's not offered. Reno's eyes have swiveled towards lunar assets. He wants to send rockets to the moon. And his old friend Metamoto will ignite the thrusters. He is hosting the secret treaty where they've been for the last century. Loitering outside the party they can't get into. My kind of picture. L'Empire sans territoire. We are a bank. The bank. Highly invested. The dark origins of our... On with it then. Centuries back, far before Latour Woolgar and the vivisection of the world, Amter was one of the first banks ever incorporated. Of course, in those days, it was simply Banque Imperiale. The great powers backed our rival, cowards, and outlawed us from establishing any physical presence. We were driven far below the surface. Thus we became the first shadow bank, dealing in dim spaces between the walls. Criminal enterprises, political saboteurs, anyone who didn't care for receipts. True, in the dark days, we had to employ a corps of bruisers to crack defaulting skulls. Our first operates, if you think of it. Now it's all so much more humane. Peaks above board. I'm sure human capital are on top of their paperwork, all accounted for. We bankrolled a certain enterprising rebel faction in Niado Lima. Bloody struggle, many years. Once the last of the blood had been hosed off the streets, our clients realized it takes even more money to run a government than the Taba one. Hence our greatest innovation, the stability loan.
Devourers of sovereignty cannot be seen, cannot be killed.
Now we grip a string on every limb of the world. Welcome home. Coolest party in town. Even when it's BYOB. Good deal, very good deal. Who doesn't appreciate stability? Feet on terra firma. Take this very city, for example. Sorry to hear. Maybe try taking on some addict personnel. Look around you. We saved this place. You realize that? Peripheral backwater, barbaric. Without us, swallowed by Reunion, eaten alive by the sister kingdom. Only the beginning of my sharpness. That is stimulating. Makes people work for tomorrow. The future. Next, the city sheds its deadweight industries, steps blushing and virginal upon the world stage, ready to be ravished by multi-tentacled capital. They should be thanking me for my largesse.
Nothing down there but disused buildings and kicked-in doors.
Fully agree. You're welcome! But thank you. Always nice to meet a professional admirer. Oh, so not just big picture. You're talking illicit picture. The secrets of the realm. Copies of 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 copies. I met one of the copies, actually. Twice. Lusian Minister of High Economy. He had a name, but no hope of recall, I'm afraid, given current circumstances. No, it was more poetic, more hefty. Doesn't do the gravitas justice. Geo. First time official, big table talks, lobby of a vacant hotel. Diplomatic jousting. Second time at a forum. Few words and a polite nod, nothing spirited. Aggressive, but honest. No nonsense. Replete with vision. A necessity for big picture stuff.
Behind milky corneas, his eyes sharpen.
Rapid on logistics. Got the layers, the interlocking. Talked about growth, dynamic curves, and diversification. A pleasure to stare down across the table. A copy? An alleged imprint? I'll be honest, I could not. Not at first, at least. But eventually there was something uncanny about him. Like he was imitating movements. A fraction of a second behind the true conductor.
An image. It's negative. The image again.
But who's to say I wasn't simply projecting? I'd be happy to sit across from him again. Bring it officially? A near nothing. My compensation, the love of the game. Also massive chunks of equity. Every night before bed, I clasp my hands together and pray for seismic liquidity events. Years ago, sovereign funds, overseas, the cut and thrusting of jurisdictions, zonings, North Kino, post-Civil War, where to put money and how to put it. Very technical and legal. High wire financing. Of his sacred deals, Minamoto will speak no more. I can tolerate them if they're not too long and I have a good booth. Much prefer a good jazz club, though. Ah, the opera. I don't think of the opera. Too much magnitude for you? Goodbye.
A soft golden the sleek metal. This must be Reno's place. The door.
Private residence. Please state your business. I do not know of such a thing.
To create a sense of urgency.
I highly doubt that Mr. Reno has ever heard of such an occupation. He is far too busy for such low-concept activities.
Free. Hope they buy it.
I don't work for Mr. Reno.
The indicator light did. One door closes, another opens. There must be another way in. You step away. You have arrived at Eszti's doorstep. The last time you spoke was the day your network blew. You called her back like you said you would, didn't you? Cascade. I just need an hour. I'll try to call you back. Estoc. Herschel, I'm serious. Cascade. I'll try my best for you, my prized asset whose contributions I respect so much. Of course it is. That's the official transcript. No one can argue with the official transcript. You avert your gaze from the door to the shoe rack. Knock. Coward. Their shoes. Too. A little sweet. Nothing. Soft steps approach the door, then stop. The loud click of the bolt echoes through a cavity in your molar. Just explain how sorry you are. Find some common ground. She might even thank you for her recent career success.
Hello, for Eszti.
The old man beams at you, adjusting a dial attached to a gadget on his right ear. Looks like a hearing aid or a cochlear implant.
She?
He watches your lips.
Yes, funny. I'm Pascal, Eszti's husband. You are? Come in. Eszti's in the kitchen.
He steps back and waves you in with a loose hand. don't have any photographs like this. You don't even know this many people. The years of affection and shared experiences outweigh her once having been an opera asset. It certainly appears she's pulled it off. As you look, you start to make out men who resemble Eszti's husband. The children must be his family. Eszti never mentioned the family of her own, but it looks like she's married into a huge one. To Eszti's right, a man with a familiar mop of upstanding hair. Love's most ardent champion. You barely recognize her, with a smile on her face. You turn away from the side.
Give me one moment. New cafetiere. Fiddly little thing.
She hums happily to herself, fussing over plates and cups.
Lovely weather we've had, don't you think?
Her shoulders stiffen at the sound of your voice.
Herschel.
Mouth set in a grim line, slight twitch under her right eye.
You broke my postbox? Right, yes, never mind. You're here. What a surprise.
She pats her left hand dry on the tea towel hanging from the cupboard. There are tiny little daisies on it.
Is it? Thank you. So, biscuits? You're welcome. It'll be nice to catch up over biscuits. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? Pompous rubbish. Empty words. Like when you promised me that phone call. Shall I count the lies you tell me?
She lowers her head to stare at the red checkerboard flooring, at a point about 2 feet from your right foot.
What did the opera do with you after you extracted yourself? To me, yes. Archives, Makes sense. But you're out now. In theater, I take it. I've built a happy life here. Pascal is a very kind man. I am lucky to have him. Pascal's family. He has 3 brothers, each of whom have 3 children, all under 10. We spend every other weekend out at the coast with them. It's wonderful. The youngest, Maggie, just turned 6 months. Loves mangoes. Isn't that something? A baby with a taste for imports? I didn't have a mango until I was your age, probably.
The spoils of working for Emta.
Operants almost never have children. Personality, lifestyle, fear. Is there any other career that makes your life a non-life, I wonder? You signed up for it, knowing that. I suppose your lack of regard for your own life explains why you are so similarly flippant with others. I will not put his safety at risk for anything. There is nothing to know. Did you ever marry? No, I don't suppose you would. Your presence in my apartment alone is dangerous. Work-related. Right. Take a seat. I'll make us that coffee.
She spins towards you, arm raised. According to opera law, there was a secret convent, crystal-worshipping nuns, who spoke enchanted words, issued irrefusable commands. They lived in secret until Opera and Probable infiltrated their ranks and stole the word for subdue. No sign of the word itself, eclipsed totally by the memory that Probable slipped into the ritual hall disguised as a... Your former asset's hand connects with your neck, a short, sharp pain. You see panic recede from her eyes and realize she's afraid of you.
There. Now.
Your vision begins to blur. Your cerebral cortex crackles and hums, little distant.
And now I'll be able to believe what you say. That was sodium thiopental truth serum.
Oh shit, you're gonna be so fucked when you tell her about killing the Lich. Your vision begins to blur. Your leg... You feel heavy, fun. Your eyes close, open, close. Eszti sits across from you at her kitchen table. Plastic tablecloth, assorted plates. Outside, closer, the beating of an impossible heart.
Good. You are back. What you are feeling is sodium thiopental.
Truth serum. Uh-oh. Oh shit. You're gonna be so fucked when you tell her about killing the Lich.
No, I lowered you gently into a chair. I didn't even slap you, although I was very tempted. Now tell me, what you're doing back in Portofino.
Orders? Message? No, friends. Bald guy. Massive bald guy.
In order to...
Is what you meant to say.
No.
An immediate change in her. Pale, hollow. She puts her hand to her mouth and drops it. She can't look at you.
No. No. This can't be real. I can't have this.
Terrified.
What you have just told me, you have never told me. Understand? How could you come here? You lead them to me. With an assignment like this, there is no difference between making a contact and pulling the trigger. They will find everyone you've spoken to. You've doomed us all. No, I'm going to get out of Portofino. I'm going to pretend I never saw you, and I beg you to do the same.
Bye.
Believe me when I say this. You are not the person for this job. There is no way the opera seriously thinks you could pull this off. This is suicide. You should quit while you can. You're playing a loser's game. 1,000 ways to fail, no way to win. You are cannon fodder at best. I will not. No. We cannot have any part in this.
Bad news. It appears that Eszti no longer considers herself your direct report, or your asset, or your friend. It will be fine. Just get her a nice card or something. Old people stuff. There was a card rack on the ground floor of Photo 24. Why not? Can't get...
Hello again.
He turns back to you, smiles kindly. The TV is silent, playing what looks like to be a documentary about dolphins and their trainers. Noticing you're
Do you like
spoken as if he's talking to a stranger's child.
Poor dolphin. Why would you want to do that to a poor dolphin? Maybe they could hunt for buried treasure instead, huh?
He looks up at Eszti, who shrugs.
I'll let you two girls chat. Bye-bye.
Finally get up to speed up, Ren. Just catching up on my shows. You see this one? Big and Loose, supposedly.
On the screen, a black wolf swings an iron slab of a sword through a row of chrome-plated adversaries. Arterial blood spurts forth in bright red gouts.
Probably a few too many by my count. Maybe the techno-future's not for me. Reminds of something else I saw recently. One of the opera's finest infiltrates a secret amateur jail, then guts it out against one of their most sadistic interrogators. Bold, reckless, real human drama, you know.
An uncanny buzz in the air, as though a director might pop out of any one of those doorways yelling, "Cut! Cue your main theme. Synth-driven with a few woodwinds and an upright bass tossed in for organic effect."
Tonio Migo back a ways. Good citizen, loyal to his tenants. Keeps an eye out for interlopers.
The maintenance man gives you a curt nod before returning to his work.
Says you've been a great help with the sweeping, by the way. Any event, seeing our protagonist disappear into an empty labor camp was no way to end the season. Had to make some calls.
The girl, the paper heart. You know your role, operant. Play it.
Let's just say you got my little it detector chirping. Now the opera's got you on a daring new assignment, set to strike the hidden face of mass culture itself. Let's see if you can make it up to all those you let down the last time.
A brief reminder that you don't know anything about this man. You haven't yet emerged from the fog of sodium fire, Pitol. There's no deflecting just now. Wow, this truth sauce is strong. But Should you really be saying all this? The old man raises a fleshy finger to his lips.
Okay, easy. Doubt your controller would want you going around talking about your assignment like some kind of dim schoolchild. Come on, operand. Get yourself together. We're barely midway through the season. Of course, dear old Eszti. There's...
Why are you spilling the people's secrets to a null entity? Oh, it's the loony Academy of Minds for you.
Maybe wise considering the circumstances. Take it from one who's been around. The bank didn't become the bank by taking the shit end of the term sheet.
On the television, the Black Wolf's shadow extends over the last of his foes. A trembling angel lifts a bloody hand, pleading.
Okay. Besides, there's others who may want a piece of your heart, if you're open to alternative bids. As it happens, I still know some people in the Ministry of Mass Culture. Old friends, you know. I can make a few inquiries on your behalf in return for your help with a personal matter. All very well placed, completely reliable.
A senior aide with a mistress he's committed to an asylum for her own protection. A secretary who's been indiscreet with certain carbon copies. An old torturer for the Weeping Eye, who was photographed taking an envelope from someone he shouldn't have.
No one you need to worry about. A little archival research with a touch of smash and grab. Have you made it to the Pitol Tract yet?
A desolate spit of land on the edge of the city-state, formerly the site of Portafero's doomed space program.
Worth your time. Fascinating local lore out there. Remnants of Nestor's galactic boondoggle and whatnot. Widely believed to have blown up. Keep fast forward some years. I'm in the Eastern Republics on a little job. Client has me hounding former leads in MTER's Public Perceptions Division. My target's a retired filmmaker. I get him in a hotel bar, standard stuff, drinks and defection. I'd say I do, yes. Batteries for this thing. Not easy to come by. As it happens, I misjudged my man's tolerance. Next I know, I'm dragging him out of a hookah parlor at 3 a.m. I lay him out in a vacant lot, smack him around a bit. He's lolling up at the stars, babbling about Portaferro, 77, and Project Autonomia. His tour de force and Gesamtkunstwerk rolled into one. Special and practical effects, scale models, multiple camera angles, dozens of simultaneous feeds, not to mention an actual rocket launch. That's right. And I'll tell you what, that wasn't a weather satellite it was carrying either. Thousands, actually. All under absolutely massive NDAs. Morally indefensible. Legally impregnable.
A devious species of lie. The entries are there but forbidden from circulation. Falsehoods and misperceptions enforced by phalanxes of smiling lawyers.
No. What young Cascade saw was a pre-recorded video. Seamlessly intercut and simultaneously distributed across the developed world. A miracle. of misdirection. Strange business hours. Success and failure share the same rituals. Relevant parties stashed somewhere nice and chilled. Records obliterated. Impossible to say for certain what is. By this point, my man's brain is practically cooking in hashish. Narration growing hazier by the minute. I stash him back in his hotel room, then call my client. Space lore, who gives a shit? As I mentioned, rinky-dink setup. No sign, because I've got that iron taste on my tongue. A scent on the air. Nothing. My target vanishes like a hooker at daybreak. When he rematerializes a week later, he's near frozen, zipped up in a gym bag in the unpressurized hold of a cargo plane. More physical, I'd say. Broke nearly every bone in his body to get him in there. Very unpleasant pictures. All the same, the inspectors declared it a simple case of aeroerotic misadventure.
The old man gives you a slow nod.
Here, the trail would have gone cold, but for this. Before he misadventured himself into that gym bag, my target gave me a number. One I've kept safe in my piggy bank until now. HKT-04/17-E, a reference number for certain records from Project Autonomia, forgotten in the archives of a decommissioned rocket silo. You've been paying attention. That's good. The Grand Lich's time of arrival.
Time, place, weapon, squad. 1/4 of your plot in hand. Meanwhile, the end credits have begun to roll on the little mounted television. Your eye catches on the words. Produced in collaboration with the Ministry of Mass Culture. Ave Imperio Luminoso.
A better deal than you'll get from the bank, I guarantee you. Look at me. I'm a sad old man in an ugly shirt. Bad schnapps and historical tragedies are pretty much all that keep me going. Very good. Here. Expect you'll need one of these. Hope you bought a good pair of walking shoes as well. I understand the stairs are formidable. If I knew, there'll be no task operant. Not weather reports, I'll tell you that much. I understand the archives are in a state of disarray, ravages of time and so on. Still, I'm sure there's lots of interesting stuff down there, if you feel the horror of the blank space coming on. Portofino in the early 80s was a different animal. Between Nestor's final exeunt and the economic meltdown, lots of things were simply lost or forgotten. A sizable portion of Portofino's foreign currency reserves, dozens of tons of highly caustic chemicals. Why not? Perhaps certain records inconsistent with the prevailing picture of reality. Doubt it would be of interest to the opera, sadly, at least in its current incarnation. Not sure if you noticed, whole place has been taken over by spreadsheet fuckers. No feel for it. No sense of what this work's about. depressing, is it not? How we gradually come to resemble our enemies. Some convergent psychological phenomenon at play, I suspect. The archives are on sub-level 3. Can't be more than a few hundred, probably. Well, this has been a fine change of scenery, but I should return to the fog mirror. We'll rendezvous there once you've got the records. Hard to say. According to the official records, I was never there at all. Question of timelines and such. All the same, hard not to root for the old club. One hates to see the capitalists and techno-fascists to just walk away with it. Fine spirit. But can you back it up with actions? A tip, operant. You could waste your days sniffing my rapidly disappearing gluteus, trying to guess if I'm a double, a triple, or any other fancy. Or you could remember the tenets of our craft.
A cost-benefit analysis. The probability of determining the why of him is near 0. Conversely, the utility of him is high.
As the old ones say, luck and skill, operand.
Soft gulp.
I'll print. I'll be here.
You return to the world. This now is the perfect place for your first attempt at improvised weapon manufacture. Your reason for being here is simple. If only it were as trivial as that. Your dexterity. There's not much you can do. The instrument of death calls out from the future, begging you to bring. You consult the plywood glue, all found among the junk. Check. 500 grams of molten plastic or epoxy. Check. One of the prized wolf cups. Completion rate, 100%. From the profoundest, most autistic depths of yourself, a sense of universal harmony and order wells up. Now comes the part where you try not to blow off a finger. You picture the mechanism of a firearm. If you hit the bullet hard enough, it flies towards your enemy. You get to work, tracing the outlines of the schematics onto the plywood and cutting it into shape, gluing the coin into place. Which luxury article do you wish to uncreate? Soon the plastic is nothing but a nightmarish stew of toxic bubbles in ambiguous multicolour. That orifice-riddled aberration couldn't hold a liquid in your wildest dreams. You pour it in anyway, and watch the vile liquid harden into wild fluid shapes. Bubbles of molten gun pop out between the corners in the plywood. That's not a weapon. It's not even an abstract sculpture. What? Your dreams of death.
I'll print. Go on then. Of course. Something else on your mind, Oprin? Very well. Yes? What of you? Well, really, just the one young lady. I'm afraid not. Is both.
A name like a cat's knees.
That's the only one he puts on his. I'm thrilled. Anything is. Go on then. Of course. Very well. Ooh, how bad is it? Tut, tut, tut. A bad operant indeed. On the rack over there. 2 options. One with a significantly higher grammage and absorbency for the discerning apology. I'll add it to the bill.
She indicates a standing rack of magazines and Greek.
I'll be here.
The rack holds 2 apology cards, under siege from a number of colourful birthday greetings and get well soon wishing. One reads, "Condolences for my actions," in cursive text bordered with tastefully ornamental flowers. The other features a cartoon steamboat labelled SS I'm sorry. Bow, splish splash, tears are ocean. The soft pink hue, the artfully arranged petals. Condolences for my actions drips with tasteful. Conceptually fraught, thematically wet. You pocket the card. The photo lady's expression is unreadable as you turn from the rack.
I suppose you'll be taking it upstairs to write your apology. Proper remorse requires a flat surface and a stable hand.
You return to the desk. The red folder is still sitting on its surface. The flames are part of you. They cannot be cooled, but they can be stoked. Try turning him into a roaring furnace capable of foraging something that resembles sorry. You picture the target of your repentance, held in giant metal tongs, and thrust her into the flames. Good. Now hammer her into shape by summoning some sympathy towards her. Before the incident in the kitchenette, before the network was blown, she was part of your crew. One who was always challenging you, disagreeing, generally pissing you off. It's always been her. She's the problem. This isn't going as planned. It seems being sorry just isn't who you are. Best stop now. You're burning up to dangerous levels. Your face turns bright red. You become dizzy. This is your last chance to stop before the strain becomes too much. An artery bursts in your head. The card remains blank as you slump onto it, where you die a woman who was almost sorry. You return to the desk. The red folder is still sitting on its surface. The flames are part of you. You picture... Good. Now hammer it. Everything within you is concentrated. It's always been her. This isn't going... It's not... Your face is... You return to the desk. The red folder... Perhaps you can use that energy. Stoke the flames inside of you. Turn them into a roaring furnace capable of forging something that resembles probably the wisest resolution. If not... In just a few previous assignment, Portofero 8. Obvious. A secret the Opera has elected. Impossible to tell. Most recent, the folder shuts itself. You turn away from the... Raw information atomizes itself.
Cascade. Your old schnapps then?
A ripple through your heart. She remembers.
Was it as you left it? A bit haunted, that's natural. Involuntary memories. You impressed yourself onto that place, just as it's impressed onto you.
Spoken from experience.
Of finding something exactly as you left it, but also irrevocably lost. Yes, of course. The street I grew up on. Our neighbor's roof lost its chimney in a storm. She righted it and used it as a planter in her front garden. Peonies. I found the current occupant still tend it the same way, though they cannot know how the strange planter came to be.
A child's memory, frightened by thunder and the crash of brick in the night.
It's just nostalgia, Cascade. You must have wanted a dose. Of finding something exactly as you left it, but also irrevocably lost. Yes, of course. Yes, everybody. Only some people are more interested in their feelings than others. I suggest you don't submerge yourself in your darkest and most painful parts. It's not very healthy. Let's keep the past at arm's length. You're here for a new task, not to replay the old days. Now, was there something else? I don't know who you're referring to. I don't know anyone by that description. There's certainly no record of him in the Remembrancer's archives. Meaning that, as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't exist at all. Which isn't to say he couldn't be useful to you.
Something in her tone makes you imagine her winking at you.
Strange of you to perform errands on account of nobody. There must be some information in it for you. Careful on the silo stairs. I'm assuming that's where they keep the good lore.
You hear her flip a notebook closed with a satisfying snap. That's the closest you're going to...
So you have yourself a magic spell. Careful how you use it. One wrong word and you've cursed yourself instead. Did who reach out, Oberon?
The window rattles. Some night-bound animal scratches at the door.
Oh, you're still talking about the imaginary man. Sorry. Yes? There's nothing to forget. Now, what else is on your mind? The eternal question. I'm the assigned...
Drippings.
Realistically, the develop... That's a vending machine. You will have no painful dog. Strictly for a... I mean...
You realize you have seen no...
maintenance work. But I have been... I'm simply... The burst... I look forward to it. What else is on your mind?
Time to flip this situation on its head. It's your controller who needs to give you the reason.
Oh God, be serious. You're not suggesting this is about nominalism, are you?
No entries. Sounds fake and made up. You're not suggesting it. She is.
I have no idea what it means. Personally, I don't even think the bursars know. They just heard it somewhere one day and started repeating it. But that's the thing with these new watchwords. All you have to do is say, this initiative supports our nominal pillar, and they'll throw gobs of resources at you, whether anything comes of it or not. You know, it feels a bit like casting a magic spell, a very cynical one, that grants you loads of money without obligation. I feel slightly disgusted with myself, but maybe with all that money I can get some less abrasive soap from the commissary. I let the bursar's office know we've discovered an unexpectedly nominal dimension to this assignment. Hopefully that should be worth a decent infusion for your purposes. Enjoy your infusion. Get yourself something nice. Luck and skill, Operan.
The bed looks cold and disheveled. You turn away. You return to the desk. ZW for Cascade. All will. You turn away. The stereo is crimson flat. No sound. Amateur wild. The music player blinks. The silence is being overtaken by a different. The static quiets as you reset the volume. Might be a good idea to tell the unhinged doctor about this thing. A briefing. You remove the... You step away.
I'll print. Very well. Didn't you see the workbench?
You won't wake Pseudopod, no matter how much.
Lay night. I'll be here. You return. I'm saving the lot.
You return to the desk. Everything is right where you left. ZW4. You turn away. You return to the desk. You turn away from the... The sleek metal. This must be Reno's place. The dolphin in...
Private residence. The talks have yet...
Both of those things can't be true.
No, I simply... Too bad for you. What is it? I'm afraid not. The business...
Both of those things can't be true.
Neither. You must. The talk...
Both of those...
Neither. You must.
You step... Sitting atop a pile of yellowing newspapers and dog-eared crossword magazines is a large plastic cup with a colourful wolf figure. He holds a long pipe. His little painted eyes are unfocused. He's a modulating influence, plus a bit of her. The moment will a good opera. One day, don't let the wolves play out.
Hey, my cup!
He stares at
And now you're trying to steal from us.
Pascal.
Back for more sodium pentothal? I think you've said all that needed to be said. I didn't. I'm still here. There was an internal investigation. I passed. Nerve, planning, attention to detail. They executed the interviews with a maddening bureaucratic precision. Every file, every movement, every sneeze accounted for. I started to hallucinate. Imagine crimes I never committed. My hair fell out. I thought I was made many times. What did you call us? Your whole sick crew? What about it?
She shakes her head. Slow.
It's a wonder he made it past 40 the way he lived. But I'm guessing it wasn't the drugs that took him in the end. Who was it?
Could have been anyone who killed him, she means.
No. For his kind, I believe it does not. No, of course not. I never even heard from him when we actually worked together. Nothing. Back in Rustam, I hope.
Her lip curls. She lifts her chin. An expression of pure contempt. She's about to tell you something awful.
She was picked up by the weeping eye. Tortured.
All systems go down. Alive then.
I haven't. Torture changes people, Herschel. Something that sounds obvious, but the extent of it... You can't possibly be thinking of dragging her back into this. But just in case you are, don't. Sorry to hear that. He was young. Was it to do with the network, or... Then we're living on time stolen from him? Agreed. It's called macrame. Yes, fuchsia.
She closes her eyes for a moment. Sigh.
I wasn't always like this, Herschel. I was ambitious, principled, effective. I had the follow-through that you lack. I had a streak of successful assignments and every reason to expect I was in line for a substantial reward. Then you came along.
And now she has macrame.
Oh, Herschel, how unexpectedly thoughtful of...
The slight smile in her eyes fades as she takes in the little card.
You haven't written anything. This is just a blank card. This is an entirely empty gesture. On very low grammage paper, I might add.
She rubs the card between her...
I can't believe there was a moment there where I expected better from you.
Alright, seems...
The blue-painted door of the house.
Busy. Come back later.
Unmistakably the voice from the miracle line. Duchess. You hear her mumble something, then quiet.
What? Was this one of the old pilots? He told you where I live? Did he? Damn. Just come in.
woman's eyes are sad but warm. Her whole kitchen sways slightly with the wind.
Sam was my father's name. That old creep just keeps finding new ways to make me feel watched.
Posture relaxed, looking away. She's confident that you aren't in on Pigeon's scheme.
That's all right, hon. But you have to be more careful. Strange types around these days. No, hon. I don't want to accept anything from him. Maybe you can find some use for it. For the trouble. I'm sorry the old creep made a fool of you, but let's not let it ruin our day. I feel like that would be letting him win. I don't know what to tell you, hon. 2 kids, boat, Miracle Line. Oh, I'm doing a correspondence degree in psychology.
She looks around as if seeking information about herself from the room.
Long gone, sweetie. No forwarding address. It was harder with him here, honestly. All we did was argue toward the end, which is way worse for the kids than not having a dad around. Barely any of their friends have dads around either. It was the Miracle Line that scared him off. Made him jealous. Couldn't handle it. Called me all sorts of names in front of the kids. Yeah. I had an interview at a sandwich shop. I sat down and started talking, and the owner recognized my voice from the line. It was awful. Nobody wants to hire a prostitute, hon. And if they do, it's because they think I'm a free fuck. Always dreamed of operating my own dial-in talk therapy line. But with the kids and the miracle and everything...
She laughs, shakes her head.
It's slow going. The moment I sit down to study, the phone rings. Sometimes I try to give people therapy instead of sex, but people really like sex, hon.
The market is a mad god, a being of low impulses and high power. It cannot be allowed to steer us.
The phone rings at night too, hon. I'll get there. Just at my own pace. I've had a few dates here and there. All a disaster. I really can't get away from the phone much, and it saps all my energy for romance.
She puts up finger quotes around the word.
I'm a dedicated spinster. Were you expecting a miracle? Happy to chat, love. Wow, really? Oh, sweetheart, you're angel sent. There's a book I've been meaning to pick up for my sisters. If you're up for it. Just a textbook, green cover. She said she left it in a satchel outside her door. Just a few levels above us. Housing campaign, apartment number 7. Up the stairs.
Silhouette's address.
I really appreciate the help. Yes. Oh, yes. She's my best friend. And she's so good with the kids, too. Something to do with the magazine? Writing? We don't talk about work, really. She thinks I work in customer support. Exactly. So let's talk about something else. I cannot thank you enough. You are golden. Our mother was a complicated woman. We spent a lot of our childhood hiding from her, to be perfectly honest. That's how my sister and I got so close. Best friends, you know? It's okay. It was a long time ago. Not physically, no. Our mum just always had this extra sense. She knew the worst possible thing she could say at any moment. The thing that would cut you right to the quick. You could feel it on the tip of her tongue, even as a child. Yeah, it was. Fortunately, my sister and I had each other, and we developed our little game. And then, when we both got old enough... No. Nothing so bloody or fantastic as that. We just left, and we didn't look back. It was, yes. I was actually hoping my sister would read it. No, nothing like that. I just thought it might help her understand some things about ourselves. Our mother was a complicated woman. We spent a lot of our childhood hiding from her, to be perfectly honest. That's how my sister and I got so close. Best friends, you know? That's all right, love. Thanks for bringing my book back in any case. I'm listening. Oh, ancient history. Had a toddler and a baby. Needed to be home full-time but still make some money. Saw an ad. Went for the interview.
She shrugs sadly.
They like a foreign girl with a smooth accent. That's been life ever since. I've heard that too. I prefer not to think about it, hon. It's my income. If I start worrying about the company tanking or changing their minds about paying them, I just don't know what else I'd do. Not really, love. It's automatic. There'll be some man waffling on about mermaids or pop stars, and I'm just here picking the polish off my fingernails. Ah, well, he only called once, so... You know Ultravioletta, the L-pop singer? This one guy called and asked me to pretend to be her, but just to cry. Freaky, right? Made me shudder. Oh, you were being serious? I'm sorry, hon. It's not about you. People expect my voice is all. Duchess has kind of become the miracle. For me, right? If you need work, I know that Tonio in the alleyway is always looking for people to help him sweep up. Sure, hon. Not really. He just likes me to know that he's watching and to feel in control. He won't escalate unless he thinks I'm trying to escape. I realize how strange and frightening that sounds when I come to tell somebody else. But in my line of work, you just get used to it. Of course not, hon. I have no idea. Wasn't my choice. When I interviewed for the job, Duchess was already named. They were just looking for a woman to play the part. But I like to think that I give her a personal touch, helping people, being a friend to the lonely. She's doing a job, indulging fantasies that I would never in real life. But ultimately, it's me. You're sweet. Playing at a friend's house? You know, kids, always an adventure to be had. You're welcome, hon. It's nice to speak to someone in person for once. I'll have to grab the phone if it rings, but otherwise, I'm free to chat. It does not leak. And well, that was just an unkind thing to say, wasn't it?
But she hasn't asked you to leave. She must be very lonely.
I really should tidy up more, I know. It's the miracle line. Keeps me on a short leash all day. Or should I say cord? You know, the phone cord. Drop by again. This...
Marcia? Ah, so you gave her the gift, did you?
Subtle and leering. For the first time, you see his true smile. Anglerfish smile. Predatory. Testing. Infinitely patient.
Did the kids like it?
Yes, tell me, did they like it? No play at all. Or, well, hardly a game. I knew she wouldn't accept a gift from a client, so I had to improvise. Harmless, if you think about it.
Technically harmless, weapons grade creepy.
What threat? I've hardly moved from this chair in weeks.
Pigeon! That stuff you said. Her being your friend, confiding in you. You said you weren't gonna do that stuff no more.
Bah, fuck off back to your manatees and leave me alone. Still closer than you'll ever get.
He's experiencing what men like him fear most. Humiliation at the hands of a woman. Deathly quiet, loud shout, hardly even breathes. The smile has gone from his features.
What? Can't a man try and do something nice for a woman? Is that still legal here?
For a moment, he holds your gaze.
You can't live off 4 and 6 forever. Might be enough for these animals, but I'm a man.
He wants the real thing.
I'm dying anyway. Who gives a fuck? And I knew her kids were like the present. That was no game. You're welcome. Please, I spent 3/4 of my life messing around with telecoms 3 generations more primitive than what the Renotel network uses.
No sense of direction, so he learned to read his instruments well.
These idiots could have done it too if they put half as much energy into it as they do into masturbating. What threat? I've hardly moved.
Pigeon, you said you weren't gonna do that stuff no more.
Bah, fuck.
He's experiencing deathly quiet.
After all that high and mighty stuff, you're still wondering about an old man's sexual proclivities, eh? Marcia? Guess it's only fair. You did me a favor after all. You think I would care? When we talk, I'm back in my military days flying a V-138 bomber.
It'd be hard to focus, what with all those switches and dials to play with. But you could manage to picture it.
The enemy. She's Lucian, you see, and I'm on my way to obliterate her city. Just me, the button, and the extermination of a whole race of pigs. She starts screaming as the air fills with the angry buzzsaw sound of 100 rotors. Then the bombs start falling, and then she really screams.
Saturation twists the sound output on the receiver, the signal more than the electronics can bear.
She screams for me until her voice goes hoarse and she can't keep going. And then she goes silent. The whole city goes silent. It's over. You asked, Monsieur. And if you ever feel like screaming, just call me.
Until next time, sugar.
A low, tilting reason will not help you here. Close your eyes and let your hand seek out what it wants. There. Swirling maelstroms of darkness adorn the album cover. Intricate but hardly visible patterns of black on slightly darker black. The band logo is an illegible scroll, allegedly composed of letters in a human script. On the spine you find the title, Blood Golem. The artist. The album is called I Will Know You by the Sound of Your Structures Crumbling. It is what your hand wanted and found. Violence. An all-out auditory assault. There is no track listing, no credits. Only violence in its purest form. Unjust. Now. Always.
Still crass music on a crass, replayable format, but at least I won't be held responsible for what. There's not many who would admit to such proclivities. In public, don't let.
You turn your. The smuggler inclines his head in silent The Decreto de Recaptura Civica, a set of regulations from 81. Drinking age raised to 16. The promised loans were later deferred. Portaferans are still paying for guns they no longer own. And so you fold into the docks where thus begins the work is unfamiliar. After a couple hours, you lean back, inhaling smoke. Workers tell stories with hands and slangs. The moment hangs until another shipment arrives. In alienation, the collective emerges. This is how the people first rose across the republics. Time is blurred by sweat and motion. He lowers his head. He's been going on about this mysterious gap for a while. It may be time to get to the bottom of it. He whirls around and drops his voice to a hiss.
If you know about those, then you should also know to keep your fucking voice down. Keep your voice down. If word gets around, it could unravel everything.
He may be delusional, but he's not attempting to deceive. He believes every word.
Imagine the consumer hears that we're thinking of letting them buy Lusian goods legally. No more culture blockade. Do you understand how badly they want this shit? Look at the city. You see what happens when the blockade fails. Absolute market dominance by the Ministry of Mass Culture. The Lusians have the most desirable products in every market they've hit, at the expense of all else. I'm talking about the absolute collapse of the native industrial base. The total erosion of consumer choice.
His eyes widen as he takes in your prize.
Even the middle-aged female demographic has succumbed. I must redouble my efforts, if they are to be believed. An end to the reunion campaigns. No more military adventures against former Lusian territories. Who knows? Maybe it's all a ploy. Maybe we're being played. But if there's a chance, I must take the risk. Do you even comprehend what reunion represents? The end of the rules-based order. The return of centuries of barbarism, the likes of which humanity isn't ready for.
Especially him.
Exactly. And if international investors don't feel safe, how can we possibly guarantee market liquidity? La Tour Vulgar, the whole post-historical framework, it's teetering. Am I the only one who feels it? Holy. Nothing. Only the gap, which is also nothing. Shh. Shh.
Warm spittle flecks your cheek.
Understand, I am not exaggerating when I say I may be all that's standing between the shit-crusted rock and the carrier groups of the Lusian Empire. One false word, one ill-timed leak, and this is all done for. Done!
A half-second glance is all he gives the wheel presented to him, before turning back to his phone. The wheel itself isn't distinguishing enough. It could belong to a number of high-end model sets. The rest of the model train is still out there, somewhere.
There's nothing to talk about. Best to stay at your own remuneration level. For your own health. It's fucking cold.
He twirls on the spot, further tangling himself in the phone cord that's become wrapped around his... He gives you a quick, brutal appraisal.
Based on your appearances, I'd call that highly unlikely. You wouldn't believe these locals. The woman from the discount bin thinks she can comprehend the gap.
Maybe time to make a visit to the party alley tailor. He turns his back to you, definitively. Engaging with the flesh is pointless. This problem demands a more elegant techno solution. Then you'll be able to hear about this whole sordid affair with this mysterious gap. A task this delicate requires the services of a trained circuit surgeon. This task screams Radiant. If you can locate your former asset, you'll surely make short work of this task.
You're still leaking. Shh. The gap isn't part of anything. It's the absence of everything, all-encompassing. Now, shh. That's more like it. Good. I have enough to keep track of as it is.
Warily.
Hello.
Doctor, clinic, houseboat. This is Kindred's father, Dr. Hugo Arbe. The man parts his lips in measured surprise, then the smile returns.
Why didn't you say anything before?
Kay,
Right. She chose to take her mother's name after she passed. I didn't object, naturally.
His eyes narrow ever so slightly, as if to place your face.
I'm sorry. This is just... How did you say you knew my daughter? Oh, I suppose I never saw you around. Different hair? Okay. Maybe that's all it was. The last we spoke, she was living in the old cinema, Cosmos, with her boyfriend. Nothing strange going on, mind. He owns the place. His name's Septimus. He
looks away from you while he decides which script to follow.
I'm sure he's an upstanding gentleman. He comes from a political family, you know. Important people.
He hates him.
It's a father's place to be ready, is it not? I'm sure she's doing okay.
His lips ready themselves for a pretend smile.
I believe they are running a distribution business together. I don't know any details. Something to do with the media. So there's nothing strange about it.
Unclear whether he's trying to convince himself of this, or you. Media, distribution, perhaps there's a sexy techno angle to this.
I don't know. She was always so passionate and driven, but also impressionable. I think she fell in with the wrong crowd at the university. Much as I hate to admit it, she became nervous, cagey, withdrawn. But to be honest, we've barely spoken at all for the last few years.
Not since the crew dissolved and you left Portofino.
Yes, something like that. Check on her. Yes, you do that.
Fear and relief, together.
Cinema Cosmos is just north of the roundabout, by the Aerotron stop. I just want to know that she's safe. You are... Yes, I was running a dream study. She was a participant. That was a long time ago.
His fingers twitch like he's fighting the urge to shuffle the papers on his desk.
Dreams are one of the least understood phenomena in nature. My colleague Gonzalo and I developed a novel technique for rendering our subjects' dreams as two-dimensional imagery. We received a generous grant through MTES Foundation for basic research, though I have to say it was an uneasy match. I came to understand our benefactors saw our work as a form of market research, not exactly what I got into the work for. Yes, countless researchers spend entire careers without a shot like what we were given.
A smile makes a brief appearance on his face. A sunbeam accidentally puncturing a low, overcast sky.
Equipment, mainly, designed and fabricated to our own specifications. Neuroimaging tools, REM inducers, separate monitors for blood flow, electrical activity, eye movement. It's only when...
An astounding custom rig. One you must get your hands on.
It was far from perfect, mind you. Some of the imagery came out skewed, whether that's the fault of the imaging or the underlying dream matter, we couldn't say. But these were early days. The potential applications, well, they were endless.
Therapeutic, metaphysical, practical.
Don't misunderstand. The point of our work was to help people, not control them. It was all technically empty property. The machinery, the data, they took it all. We were only left with one unit, barely functional, not even with the cost to move, they said. And then someone stole that too.
You have a strong suspicion you know who.
I imagine they stripped it for components. A machine that could appear behind the veil of consciousness. A machine of magnificent subtlety. And someone stole it for scrap. To buy drugs. Or whatever else.
He nods as a way of acknowledging your sympathy.
I suppose at least I don't have to work through the night. Every night. Karoline started out as one of our participants. A volunteer, surprisingly. When her turn as a participant concluded, she begged me to stay on. I thought, well, what harm? There was no real limit on our grant from amateur. And Gonzalo agreed. We needed an assistant of sorts. Yes, perhaps that was my dream.
A dream that tastes like ashes on his tongue just now.
She was responsible for organizing and cleaning the visualizations. A massive undertaking. Very labor intensive.
Approval. Pride. Immediately apparent in the copies she passed you. Annotated pertinent sections marked with color-coded flags.
Karoline didn't appear at work one day. I went to the police, who had no information. I thought she must have been in some kind of accident. You must understand my fear. As a father, I received a call from the hospital. Karoline was there, in intensive care, barely lucid, handcuffed to her bed. There were 2 carabineros accompanying her. They told me she was under arrest to be charged with unlawfully aiding a foreign power, espionage statutes, the super broke, their spy service, the opera. Isn't that how they call it? I was in shock, borderline delirious. It took me some time before I realized what it meant.
For his work, he means.
EMTA pulled their support. The study was shut down within days. All our data seized. I was investigated too, of course, along with Gonzalo. The official part dragged on for several years before they finally closed it. Hard to say. Sometimes it feels like it's ongoing. When she came home, I said some things. Perhaps things I shouldn't have.
You gain nothing by making this poor man repeat the words he's most regretted saying in his life.
Thank you. You understand. She left after that. Then I opened this clinic and moved down here to Kisak.
And here he stayed.
I suppose I do feel responsible, somehow. Though I know it doesn't make sense. Yes, something like that. In any case, that's all in the past. Yes. All right. Until next time.
The intercom glints in the shadows. The indicator light, a thin whip of static, more void noise, the revealed in... The pipe twists out from the concrete. They are just...
Hello. This time it's one of the arteries. It's on the roof of this old factory building. Problem is, that place scares the...
The man stands like...
I would just need you to go up to the roof of this building and run a standard check on the artery up there. Wonderful.
The machine has a real heft to it.
Just plug this device into the artery. I'll be right here if you need anything.
The fire doors. Pray that the technique...
Why did you stop? Is there a... Oh, there, let me consult my notes. There might be another way inside. Ah, here we go. Oh no. Apparently there's a maintenance tunnel around the side. One of us will have to brave it and open the door from the other side.
No mystery as to who he wants getting down on their hands and knees. The tunnel was black as pitch. Cobwebs stick to your face and hair as you push through them, deeper into the darkness. As you inch forwards, your elbows and shoulders bump clumsily against the wall. The tunnel is getting narrower. Your shoulder cramps as you trail your fingers along the ceiling, the walls. The path feels the same as what you've been through so far. Looping, narrowing, never. It's tight as hell in here. But don't panic, sis. We're definitely not panicking. Stop panicking. There's limited oxygen. Delegate manual labour to the appropriate unit of the workforce. This would be a lot less scary if you brought a lie. with awkward reverence. The light around
Hello again. What? See you.
Up around. Till next time.
Back again, are we? This is what's there for you. Well then. Of course you...
Stray spies still wandering around looking for their forever home. Alive?
her safety catch flips to off.
Where? Rookie error from a fucking retiree. He should have never picked up that phone. So not the weeping eye. Empty. That one's the big bank, right?
This unre-educated youth must be made to feel the full weight of terror behind those 6 letters.
Got it. Anyway.
The phantom vampire squid that straddles the so-called developed world and seizes the mill of history in its tentacles.
Fuck the bank. You should see what the bazaar brings in. Cold, hard salt. Not imaginary fucking numbers. What's he giving them? Are we Shit. Pretty hardcore. Maybe you are the real thing. Or the closest we've got. Thanks for coming through, Herschel. I honestly don't know. Temple never said anything about him. Which was strange. Most of the time, he can't wait to tell you about his latest secret.
She's holding other things back from you. But this is the truth.
This one? He was terrified from the jump.
Half a city away, an old man hunches on a damp mattress and thinks of the odd stranger who went through so much effort to find him.
Does Dante prick say anything else? Join the club. You'll get a jacket. And what's that gonna cost you? Well, we've got to do something about him, haven't we, Herschel? Loose fucking end. Someone's gonna trip and break their neck.
The girl watches you, dancing her cigarette back and forth in front of her face. The device. Ask her about the device.
Speak your piece. Who do you trust? Me or this clapped-up old clown? Oh, that mega violator. Yeah, sure, I've got it.
No backhanded retort. No reflexive insult.
Rarest you've ever known. One of a kind, even. These days I am, yeah.
Impossible. A memory passes through an older memory, and each calls the other a ghost. Both leave a little of themselves within the other.
When'd you get so slow, Hirsch? Me. I'm right here. Always have been. Don't be an eager cunt. You haven't done anything yet. But you're on the right track, and you're here. You think Taxman, prized fucking asset, wouldn't hold up his end of the promise? I told him, Cascade or nothing.
Person to person.
He is there and not there. All your senses twitch at the eeriness, at the undeniability of it. The girl stubs out her cigarette, steady yet forceful, suddenly engrossed in the act of crushing.
How you been, Hirsch?
I've missed you around. They're more like bootlegs. Imprints, I think they call them. Sounds impossible, right? I thought so too, but clearly, a little bit possible.
Leave the door ajar. Do not lock yourself within the tyranny of the rational.
Witchcraft. It's like a bag mirror, a wishing well for your loose dreams, for all the inner colors of you. It starts with a memory or something. But don't ask me, I was considerably fucking hypnotized for most of it. Kind of. He just gave me a load of ketamine, which I'm pretty sure isn't in the official manual. But you have to be like a blank slate, totally receptive, basically comatose.
A weave of city away, the being formerly known as Pseudopod twitches in his dream.
There were pictures on the wall projected from the machine, and I think an image of Tempo as a kid. Like I said, fucking witchcraft. Darker than I remember them.
Cigarette haze cloaks her face.
I don't have shit of his memories either, so let's not play 20 fucking questions. I'm just him now, and that's it. Because Tempo was scared of everything. He wanted the backup. He thought they were gonna kill him. Keen prediction.
There's that they again. The oft-invoked nemesis of you.
I'm me. I'm a work in progress then. At least I know what I'm aiming for. There was rain in my head, Hirsch. There was always raining, and it was always midnight beyond the clouds. I wanted
an ordinary night with ordinary stars.
I don't know. Not that. Not really. But it stopped raining, at least. And why would I want that? Haven't yet. I'll let you know. Anyway, this is a forever kind of deal. And the deal is, I deal with it. Move the fuck on. It feels like I can't quite remember myself. Like I'm watching myself through dream glass. All smudged and smeared.
Like a day-old phone number written on the back of a young hand.
I watched a lot of TV as a kid. Whenever there was a bad storm, the blocking antennas would get fucked and we'd see pieces of Luthien TV breaking through, all weird and wavy. That's how it feels sometimes. Like a signal error, hearing someone else's thoughts and now they're yours. But the static's not the thoughts. It's my mind trying to make sense of them. Very fucking funny, Hirsch. Although I did try that a couple times in the beginning. Nothing doing. If it is, I'd like to know who's paying out. Yeah, sure, Hirsch. All that shit in the office was just red paint. Yeah. Curse go forward, curse go back.
You remember him saying that a long time ago. Chant-like. A little ritual.
Weird, yes, but there's nothing fucking singular about it. Because there's a lot at stake. Because I didn't know whether you were on my side, let alone dependable. And because you were pretty late. Being predictable isn't a good thing, Hirsch. Also, I really didn't think you'd believe me. I mean, I wouldn't.
And yet, doesn't it chime a distant chord? The Lusian political elite being strange copies of themselves.
Yeah, the pricks in power fire it up whenever they need a new politicant. All from one guy bootlegging himself over and over for like 300 years. According to Tempo, anyway. But when we covered intra-Luthien relations in history class, they didn't say shit about it.
A theory often dismissed as rumor, but taken more seriously on the top levels of the Operant Bureau. The Lusian political ministry are all identical psychic graphs of the same ancient philosopher. Just what on earth has Tempo encircled you in here?
It's Yana. Just one Yana.
Said for herself, not for your sake.
Thanks, Hirsch. New World Order. Still getting to grips with it. Right here. It's mystical fucking gear, Hirsch. I hardly threw it out.
From beneath her chair, she pulls out a small console device, about the size of a dinner tray. Coloured buttons flank a large, dark screen. What is this thing? At first glance, it could pass for some unmarked consumer novelty. A portable television or a handheld game system.
Yeah, it hasn't got an actual name anywhere on it. That's part of what's cool about it. This is the thing that made me what I am. Nope. Fucked. Needs batteries. Special Luthien batteries. Might be better for you to, hang on to it or something.
Jackpot.
Because it reminds me I'm basically some failed test pressing.
You have noticed our eyes avoid mirrors and windows, anything with a pronounced reflection.
Also, you seem like you're in a load of shit, Hirsch. Maybe you need a backup yourself. So do me a fucking favor. And no, it did not come with an adapter. But it does have cocaine in the seams. And a little bit of nose blood. Speak your piece. And yo, Hirsch, that operation with Acid Scarf, tailing the weird headphones guy, I'm pretty sure it's about the imprinting device. I don't know, maybe. Probably. Honestly, I don't like having it around. I can hear it snickering at me. But Hirsch, I'm not trying to fuck you over.
She takes a deliberate drag. Eyes on you one moment, the cigarette the next.
Let's have each other's backs, Hirsch. It's less scary that way.
Don't make...
I can't. Don't worry.
Ja, die haben wir cool.
Thank fuck.
The woman stiffens as you approach, but greets you with a small smile.
Ah, hello. We meet again. A fellow honorable peruser, as...
She's referring to the honor book stall next to her.
Isn't it? Any effort to make literature more accessible is to be admired, in my opinion. I have to say, I'm not so keen on that idea. Best to stick with books for now. We know they have a direct benefit without introducing unexpected dangers. Anyway, enough of that. Is there anything I can help you with? It's a book of poems called Turned to Fruit. Undoubtedly a metaphor, though why they chose that one hasn't become any clearer after reading the majority of the contents.
A failed metaphor, in other words.
There's nothing wrong with them per se. It's more a matter of taste. When you have read as many poems as I have, it's easy to tire of anything that isn't completely fresh. It can be anything. Word combination, structure, the perspective. It could even be a single exquisite metaphor. As long as it's something I haven't seen before and it's done. Of course, I have the time. Oh, probably due to you finding me away from my work for once. I'm taking a moment to relax now that the latest issue has wrapped. Well, I would be. Unfortunately, that issue won't be going to print. We've had our funding cut, at least for now. I'm trying to hold myself together. But yes, it has been quite a blow. I'll pull through. Whether the magazine will or not is a different matter.
It's been much harder than she's letting on. That magazine was her life.
I was told that security needed tightening. That was all. Then they kicked me out.
No doubt due to the security breach you enacted. An unfortunate knock-on effect.
Not to worry. Just a little elevated stress, nothing unusual.
Presumably because her whole life has been flipped around after her magazine was shuttered.
I knew there was something happening down there. But I admit, I'm a coward and a shell. I chose to look away so long as the review was kept in operation. Then it is worse than I feared.
The shake in her hand intensifies. She looks like she could be sick.
You think I... No, please. You've got it all wrong. I was as much of a victim as you. Well, almost. God, what a fool I have been.
Can't trust anyone in this world that you occupy. You are forever being deceived.
I suppose that is sensible. Still, just so it's said, I am not one of them. Hence being out here all by myself.
You remember the many times you have staked out a place, a person, all by yourself, at all times, in all weather.
Goodbye.
Unlikely. The slot is too narrow and the chamber within too deep. A quick appraisal reveals 2 heavyweight locks. An envoy of the so-called developed world. All disputes fall under the credit provider's local arbitration. This is a facade. Because he is an operand. And this is an astral door. A dead drop operated by a predatory foreign financial entity. The 6 letters flash across your mind. Capitalized, bolded, underlined. Who else? This credit provider is a limp in-joke from the Empire's Sound territoire. You notice now that his wide grin doesn't quite reach his eyes. The metal flap creaks open. The gold around the rim is stained with bronze and scuffed with scratches. The blade of light catches crimson plastic, a red disc, marked with the words ultravioletta, followed by you but from a dream. A tensing in your gut as another piece of the doom puzzle slots into place. The very same. Still doesn't explain why he wasn't wearing trousers. You gather your thoughts. Staving up. Begin here. The weird man in headphones is an MTER operand. That much is clear from this astral door. Logical succession. Most important part of the job. The matching discs cannot be a coincidence. The headphone man and pseudopod must have made contact. Did pseudopod defect to MTER for a disc? So more likely, weaponized technology. Red for danger, red for a bearer of the plague. Anything could have been on that disc, not necessarily the High Queen of Lusian electropop. She hasn't given you the full story, that's for sure. She's protecting something. Something else. Something deeper. Quick fingers of wind pluck the aerotram wires above you. She could use it. Behind the facade, her small hand is outstretched in desperation. The pompadour man looks expectantly over your shoulder, his gaze alight. Somewhere behind, focused on your back, malice. Full-on evasive maneuvers. Your shoulder thuds with impact, bones vibrate. A searing pain, blooming in spirals, then somewhere after, the thunderclap of a gun. The bullet would have completely missed had you just stood still. You lock eyes with a man in a long coat. The eyes are pale blue, water under ice. Around his neck are a large pair of headphones. His face is impassive as he holds a strange gun on you. There's barely enough time for a response. He does not wave back. Instead, he ducks and disappears through a metal door to the side of the rooftop. As he goes, you catch a flash of vivid coloured lining on the inside of his coat. Slowly, then all at once, the world fades back in. Your shoulder singes. Blood drips a steady rhythm on your fur. You are alone again. The bed looks cold and disheveled. You turn away. The bed looks cold and disheveled. You turn away. You return to the workbench. There's not much you can do to ahead. You catch the next aero tram back towards ahead. You alight the next aero tram to moonlight coats the Pitol Tract in pale silver. Ancient foundations and half-built walls shimmer, their angles precise and pale. The remains of a community that was traded for a single shot at the sky. In the distance, Portofiero's old rocket silo bores into the soil. It looks like what it is. A heap of rusted metal and overgrown wood. Something tells you it won't get much better. Your footsteps crunch along the dirt. An old billboard, half collapsed into the dirt. A faded illustration dominates the frame. In one corner, a jumble of text and diagrams cling stubbornly. Amid graffiti and peeled paper, two figures point at a space rocket climbing towards the sun. The scene is awash in still vivid red and yellow. The couple's faces, although half erased, radiate pride and awe. Down below, glass towers lean over cobblestone streets and emerald parks, where hibiscus, plumeria and jacarandas bloom in impossible abundance. Every path bends towards a luminous dome, glowing like a promise. A vision of a future stillborn. A message to Portofierans, attributed to sweet Nestor himself. It begins with a proclamation. Behold, here stands the future of Portofiero. Here grow the seeds of our collective glory. Soon our Pitol Tract will bloom and Portofierans shall grasp the firmament together. See not foundations but the dawn of triumph. See not construction but a long overdue historical correction. Prosperity and autonomy beckon. Children not yet born are already grateful. The developed world will gawp at our triumph. Mourn not the past, for what awaits is our destiny. Nestor's mode to the stars. Next to the old ruler's words, a graffiti reads Traidorismo. Another reads Boca de Mierda. After the rocket exploded live on the world's television screens, Sweet Eszti made bold televised speeches blaming foreign hands. By the time he boarded the helicopter that would ferry him to exile, he'd accused at least half the developed world of engineering the disaster. If the story were that simple, Hauzmann would have no interest in it. A desolate expanse of half-built concrete shells and narrow streets wind into nowhere. The date reads Deuteros 75. 6 months later, the clearing of the Pitol Tract began. Over 20,000 residents were displaced, never to be relocated. Amid the half-eroded paragraph, the words destiny and historical correction endure, as if untouched by time. Portofino would have become one of the big boys of the developed world. On the billboard, the rocket is forever committed to the horizon. Nothing has exploded yet. Nothing has failed. The bushes sway in the breeze. The decaying panel groans. Here grow the seeds of our collective glory. Soon our Pitol Tract will bloom and Portofino shall grasp the firmament together. See not foundations, but the dawn of triumph. See not construction, but a long overdue historical correction. Prosperity and autonomy beckon. Children not yet born are already grateful. The developed world, the bushes sway in the breeze. All around you, the vegetation of the Pitol Tract slowly triumphs over the follies of men.
Are you here for the copper? If so, you're late.
Skin burnt pinkish, hardened to elephant hide by exposure to the city element. Strong and unhealthy, a life form that would refuse to die if you crushed her.
All the copper has been claimed. Yes, all of it. Yes.
A giddy smile creeps into her face, like she's outsmarted you.
You can't have copper, but if you want, you can help me. I can pay you. Yes, I can pay you well.
Suddenly, she reaches into the pockets of her shorts and pulls out fistfuls of crumpled bills.
False money. Here. Have some.
Your hands close upon a mass, the scent of 100,000 grubby hands and the insides of cash registers. The fibrous toughness of paper indissoluble in water. There is nothing false about that money.
Yes. False money. Keep it. I have more.
She pulls out further fistfuls to demonstrate. A few bills roll away, but she doesn't even seem to notice. This is more money than you've seen since you arrived in Portofino. The role's subject dissonance is too much. Your brain is incapable of processing it.
Subcomandante Bagman has already shown us that money is worthless. But if you like it, we can trade. Yes, copper for money. But I keep all the copper. I used to buy into the reality trap. Houses, yes, kids, family, food, all a trap. Spend false time working to make false money. A bad joke. Subcomandante Bagman made me realize this. Yes, 2 of them and a husband. And I thought I loved them more than life. But then realized there is no life. Need to focus on breaking out of reality.
Somewhere in the streets of Kisok, a well-to-do teenager grips his little sister by the hand and scrutinizes the face of every beggar, every outcast squatting by a canal or hobbling through the alleys, wondering if, maybe...
The younger one, 5 years. The older one was an illusion I sustained for 9 whole years. Aha, Juan was his name.
This is what remains after you have ripped out all attachments by the root.
No, you're right. He never was. Aha, never. Nor was I. They don't exist. I don't exist either. You.
There's nothing to contemplate here. Just the ramblings of a mad woman.
Real estate. Buy house, sell house, add money, remove money. Hilarious when you think about it. Yes, I was winning at the game of life. Bad game. Prize. Aha, yes. But trying not to play anymore. Soon I will manage it. Yes, soon. Aha, yes. Many of us suspected. Gnawing feelings late at night. But nothing to do with this feeling. Have you ever noticed the thing about time? Subcomandante Bagman made me notice this. Yes. Changes everything. Stop. Right now. Look at your clock. Is it moving?
Your brain recoils from the question with the terror of a Paleolithic huntress wondering what lies beyond the horizon. You do not want to touch the edges of your world.
A second? Or a sentence? Jump.
A minute passes.
Jump.
Another minute passes.
You are not understanding the thing about time yet, but you are close. Yes, I can tell you are close. As long as we are inside false time, everything is part of the reality trap. False time reinforces reality. Escape false time, escape reality. Then we will. The Revelator, the Brown Phantom, host of the reality situation. Watch him. Then you'll see. Then you'll understand.
She laps from the same pool as Malin's father, who got himself kidnapped after hearing about the phone that makes people disappear on this same show. Miss Bagman is the fibre of the web connecting all paranoia in Portofino.
The reality situation plays every single afternoon. You should watch him, at least once. Aha, yes. He has helped me strip myself of many illusions. Just as time is false, if you watch him, soon you will realize more and more things are false. Almost everything.
Strip enough illusions away, and you will...
Subcomandante Bagman freed me. He can help free you as well. I can see you are trapped too, yes, in the most shallow illusion. Hopefully you understand. Many watch him, very few understand him. Why?
Something flares in her eyes. The same sheen of keen paranoia, brightened free fall.
You are thinking of going in there? Down there? Is that so? Is that so? Looking for what? Aha, yes, yes, of course.
The heat of unwanted attention prickles your skin.
Silo was abandoned in a hurry. Many things left down there. Things left intact, yes. Documents, papers, discs, other things. You know what? Dolphin-human hybrids. A tortured species originally bred for deep space exploration, abandoned as inviable.
You look into her eyes. She's not on anything chemical, but nor is she sober. This is a different kind of high.
So they say. Go find out. I'll wait here, see how you fare.
She really wants you to explore the silo for her.
Yes, remember, you bring me copper, I give you false money. You'll like it.
Your muttered litany is carried away on the wind. Metal shudders and groans beneath. Red lights fade into nothing. Abandoned, dusty, throated hundreds of steps as the null entity lured you into an obvious trap. Dark space, You look at the metal between your feet, a square grid that cannot contain the emptiness that surrounds you.
Now that's a stride. That's a grand stride. Right there. Up and down 6 times. Could go another 10, I'm sure. Oh, hey, bud. Now, how'd a friendly face like yours end up here? Working on myself, but I'm all about done for now. That means the stairs are all yours, bud. Down and down they go. Greatest stairs I ever saw. You ought to give them a try. You know, it's nice to have company. A good chinwag helps stimulate metabolic ignition. Beautiful place, isn't it? I come here regularly. This here's the perfect spot to run mitochondrial apoptosis drills. Nicely observed, bud. See, concrete's great for radial gut flow optimization. Plus, all the empty space helps with glucose reverberation. No better way to torch all that nasty glycogen. I am practicing full-spectrum autophagic cardio incineration. Pump up the heart rate until weak organelles and grief proteins burn right up. Full somatic reset just by running. Okay, that's how you make the voices go quiet. Get rid of those, and the 4th aperture opens wide. Makes you appreciate beauty all over again.
Hardly anything he said makes medical sense. It barely makes linguistic sense.
That's the tip of the iceberg. You also need to worry about your lymph nodes, face here, adrenal glands. It's why the body needs constant attention. As the saying goes, pain is just the body flushing out stories it shouldn't have been told.
Pain is a nociceptive signal, a response triggered by actual or perceived tissue damage.
That's from the tough cycle full system flush. Sweat, cry, piss, shake, ascend. No wonder you're hoarding emotions in at least 6 zones. I'm a bit worried about you, bud. You remind me of the old me back when I was working. And that's no way to live. No way to live at all. I was an interzonal man right up until 81. Consultant class, 2 decades in foreign hotels and meeting rooms, harmonizing standards for partners, getting Portofino ready for the big leagues, you see. Joining the developed world at long last. Decades of work. Sweet Nestor set it all in motion. One could say it's still in progress, but I had a small part to play. Oh, I noticed. Bags under the eyes, awful complexion, vending machine died, I'm guessing. For me, that all ended when I heard Rimtuff speak.
No need to be childish. Fringe health theorist, frowned upon by most medical bodies in the People's Republics and the developed world. Owns dozens of wellness centers across Soon's Arc and millions of followers.
I didn't fall for anything, did I? Just found one of his discs in my hotel room. Figured it would fill the silence, so I put it on. That's when I heard, "You don't have a body. You are a body." Within minutes, I was doing lunges across the carpet. I kept listening, and that's when it happened. I smiled. Middle of a lunge, legs shaking, sweat pouring down. Half a mini bar bottle still in hand, just smiling. Next morning, I called the boss, told him I was done. It sure was. Funny thing is, it didn't feel new or anything. Afraid I can't help you, bud. I usually run down and come right back up, but I'd assume it's one of those doors further down. Keep you moving, you'll be fine. Well, I'll be fine.
Whatever light that slipped in from above has nearly drained away. You're entering the abyssal zone now, and your thoughts darken accordingly. In a windowless room far below, a thing crawls out of its tank. Slick grey skin over limbs too long, webbed hands, and on its back, a blowhole. Denial won't save you as you're being crushed by a being with the strength of a bodybuilder, combined with the echolocate. They do too. They've been terribly lonely down here. Soon, they'll shamble out of the dark to greet you, flippers outstretched in blubbery welcome. Focus, operant. You'll hear for the records about Project Autonomia. Get in, get out. The air grows cooler and mustier with each level you descend. There are many, many levels still to go. The shelves stand before you. You stand before an archival shelf. This one is labelled G. Its metal bays overflow with sagging dossiers, loose metal. Your fingers skip across the brittle tabs. You comb through dozens of documents. It is slow, monotonous work, until your index finger instinctively alights on a thick maroon folder. On its cover, a seal dulled to black, and a title, Proyecto Autonomia. Concentric circles, with words curving around the edges. Post-mission report, 77. Old wax flakes under your finger. Hundreds of heavily redacted sheets. An executive summary, various logs, telemetry, personnel files. The rituals of a bureaucratic autopsy. A brief survey of the document aligns with what you know. In 77, Portofino attempts to launch a manned weather satellite into orbit. However, within minutes, redacted T+763, redacted. Vehicle, redacted. Crew, redacted, loss. Redacted, critical, redacted. A note here indicates that while the explosion was visible from the ground, no sound was heard given the distance. The post-flight review suggests critical engineering faults led to the unscheduled dissolution of the spacecraft. No other details. For a moment, you're back in that classroom, staring at a great plume of smoke on a small screen, rising and rising, until the feed abruptly cuts out. The entire crew is marked lost. Their names and positions are included on the next page. 1. Commander Esteban Roque, Flight Operations. 2. Lieutenant Ilya Markov, Payload Oversight. 3. Lieutenant Naira Cilia, Comms and Telemetry. 4. Dr. Juno Avre Straniak, Psychologist and Neurocognition Analyst. One of these things is not like the others. None listed. Dr. Straniak's responsibilities are listed as maintaining crew morale, ongoing performance management, and evaluating cognitive stress. Horrifically vague, yet ominous. Here's a thread to pull at. In the weeks before launch, he conducted multiple psychological evaluations of his fellow crew members, which are included here. The assessments are grouped and associated with each member of the crew. Commander Roque's self-worth tied to performance. Lieutenant Cilia exhibits maternal anxiety pattern and clings to her position as caregiver. While Dr. Straniak has concerns about Markov's dissociative tendencies, he suspects the trait may ultimately be beneficial. According to the remarks, entering sustained, prolonged host-reception state during which minimal autobiographical bleed-through is preferable. This isn't any psychology you recognize. It's all esoteric neuroscience and qualia. Across all three assessments, the language is strikingly consistent. He rates each of his colleagues for narrative identity, perceptual decoupling, and emotional flattening. The doctor circled his last name twice and wrote below it, Grenzen sind Illusionen, alles sich zurück. A shudder runs through you, as if brushing against a frayed wire. You're not sure, you just know it's familiar. At the bottom of the page, a note. Additional notes may be found in Appendix D, AZK-11. Launch sequence begin, T-10 seconds pre-ignition. Systems nominal, T+0 seconds ignition. T+85 seconds max Q passed. Telemetry is steady. T+150 seconds main engine cut off. T+155 seconds stage separation confirmed. T+160 seconds second stage ignition. A jagged cathedral, wreathed in smoke and flames, quivering against a bruised sky. Eyes meet across the cabin, the same terror and wonder reflected as metal screams around them. T+243 seconds, readings remain optimal as the vehicle ascends. T+260 seconds, redacted. T+. Orbital velocity is typically achieved at the 8-minute mark. They weren't even close. T+292 seconds, reception lost. End. Wait, something's not right. Didn't you see a number that went much higher? No typo. You flip back to the executive summary. There, buried among redactions. Redacted T+763, redacted. Vehicle, redacted. Crew, redacted loss. Redacted, critical, redacted. A difference of almost 9 minutes. Tucked in another page's corner, among unlabeled indices and hundreds of references, a table of timestamps, plus 848 seconds, redacted, plus 1,987 seconds, redacted, plus 1 day, 1 hour, 12 minutes and 34 seconds, redacted, and at the bottom of that list, plus 12 days, 21 hours, 53 minutes and 33 seconds. You stare at the sheet, questions swirling. By the final timestamp, a footnote pointing to a document. See SUP housekeeping and transmission storage, HKT-04/17-E. It must be here somewhere. You go over what feels like every folder on the shelf. Nothing matches the reference ID. The other shelves around you seem to lean in, as if expectant. You let the old shelf be. You approach 2 large archival shelving units labeled B and C. Pressed close together, they sit on recessed rails. According to these labels, shelving unit B consists of additional appendices, while shelving unit C is devoted to housekeeping and transmission. Here you go. This is where the old spies reference ID pointed you. The exposed side of shelving unit C is nearly empty. Just a few emaciated folders and spiral-bound reports. If what you're looking for is still down here, it must be on the other side. They're too close together. You shine your flashlight beam into the narrow gap between them, but all you can make out are rows and rows of angular silhouette. No joy. The old metal groans, but does not budge. You run your hand along the darkened gap and discover a small metal latch linking the 2 units together. An anti-tip system. That explains it. You disengage the lock on this shelf. The old shelving unit groans like a wounded bovine, but still refuses to budge. There must be another latch on the opposite side. The job's only half done. You pop a small hatch open and slip your hands into the warm cavity. Inside, a motor sits exposed, humming lightly. Nice. The rail bus connector links every shelf here via the tracks. Force them into maintenance mode and their contents are yours. Go ahead. Tinkerer's choice. You hook your thumb under the release tab's plastic lip and pull. The connector slides out with a dry scrape. By your feet, the rails crackle. You take a breath and push the connector back in. Around you, motors begin humming in unison. Unseen locking mechanisms come undone. The shelf slowly moves along the rails. As it settles into place, its neighbor follows suit, clearing the way. Floor's yours. You approach the open shelving units. Your fingers You take a mustard yellow record from the shelves. The reference ID, HKT-04/17-E, looks back at you. Inside, you find a single sheet of paper is neatly folded and affixed to the disc with a rubber band. And yet the old spy's words were true. The rubber band is brittle and dry. It practically dissolves as you pull the paper free. The text reads, Summary of Contents, Transmissions from Satellite Autonomia, 16 Ducatos 77. Under additional comments, someone has added, all contacts cease 17 deck. Crew presumed lost. Refer inquiries to redacted. So the trail ends here. Its casing is yellow, the disc inside nearly white. It's not like any other you've encountered. This is a U-matic. While the form factor's the same as any modern disc, the encoding method is entirely different. Your part in this exchange is done. The null entity had better come through. It will be a relief to get out of this place. The control unit idles in its crate. No reason to fiddle. Thank you for your service. It all happens in milliseconds. A sharp blow to your elbow, the flashlight flying out of your grasp. In an instant, all the air in your lungs evacuates. Only then do you realize something has struck you with great violence. No air comes through. Suddenly, you feel the weight of another body on your back. Someone straddles you, and a pair of strong hands begin to roughly pat you down.
Where is it? Where's the disc?
No one else knows about the disc. How could your attacker be looking for it? The response comes in the form of a sharp blow to your ribcage.
Somewhere here. It has to be. He said it would be.
It's the metal stripper, the one who urged you to come down here.
That's it. Stay nice and still, you foolish woman. Yes, nice and...
You feel a tug as she begins to pull something from your pocket. Suddenly, the weight upon you disappears as your opponent dismounts you. You bound to your The footsteps patter away into the darkness. The room is insane, maybe, but not random. Whatever she was looking for, she found and took. You pat yourself down and look through your pockets. Only 2 objects are missing. The red disc you found on Pseudopod's body, and the copper springs. If so, that possibility is no less unnerving. Several people know you had the red disc. No one knew about that space disc. She left something behind. It's a paper bag, somewhat wrinkled from your attacks, with a rectangular aperture like a mailbox slit cut into it as an eye hole. The metal stripper kept talking about him. A deranged fan, or a representative. At least you have a lead, of some kind. You should return to the surface, operant. You have questions that need answering. The lanky man flicks a palm-sized toy scooter out of his pocket like a switchblade, performs a miniature double flip, then looks to you for a reaction. You could totally pull off a little finger trick like that if you wanted to.
Yo, tiger pussy, you fuck?
Caro's dating this dickhead? No way.
No, I'm kidding. That was fucked up, right? I'm a piece of shit, basically.
Your voices reverberate around the once grand lot.
What you want anyway? You a Nestor fan or you just here for my vibe? I could roll either way. Septimus, you're in my place.
One name, no context, as if you're expected to already know him.
'Cause it fucks. This is the center of the fucking pentagram. Chalk on the fingers, Portofiero's whole economy in one building. This is the bootleg factory you're trespassing in. You a fucking cop? Ha, I know you're not. They don't bother with pieces of shit like me. Bootlegging keeps the culture alive, know it. Used to have some rugs and shit when we were still working with the talent, but now we are what you see, and much fucking better for. Welcome to culture. Being trash and trashing it. Landfill society. Pre-ironic irony. Knowing everything's tomorrow's shit. Everything I touch turns straight to turd. That's culture. Listen.
He leans forward, scooter held high, and flicks the front wheel. It goes.
You think you're more culture than me? I am culture. I just put together this wretched fucking treatment for a music video. Will blow your mind. They went off location scouting and haven't come back yet. Classic musician move. Probably off getting their hoes licked by groupies. On the Scumsin duo, guaranteed new hit. Go to the beach. I'm in the know. Guaranteed hit. Culture's like a big fuck off animal, yeah? Animals gotta eat. Everything that gets eaten gets digested. Fine dining looks the same coming out the other end as fried shrimp. If you can consume it, it's only a matter of time before it's all shit. Wrong. Everything is so bad, it comes back around to being good. Everyone, you clown. Pearl, Saber, Wapo, Megavoid, lining up for me to direct their viz. Everybody wanted it.
Heavy 9-minute epics with a target audience of mind-altered 20-somethings.
The vibe, obviously. Gotta find the right people, right drugs. Not all titties bounce the same. And you know that if you fucked. I had my own movie in the works. Called it Sonic Doom. Never got to film. I couldn't find a lead actress, one who could actually inhabit the top of the scenes. This one girl, Haley, would have been good, but I accidentally gave her an eating disorder. Is it? Obviously not. Everyone fucking detests the old man. You for real?
Something about him has relaxed at this information, a performance partly abandoned.
I'm his youngest son, the last one out, numero 7, Portofiero's most hated toddler. You know that poster you used to see all over the place with Nestor holding the baby? That's me. I'm the baby.
An infamous image from Nestor's 64 campaign. The dictator holding a baby with his own face superimposed over the infant's, moustache and all.
Yeah, 'cause they pasted Dad's face over mine. Clever photo manipulation. Soy Nestor. Mega ancient, yeah. The swimmers are strong. Most likely I live forever. Yeah, makes sense. I'll have to make you hate me all by myself.
Other people's distaste is a warm blanket, familiar in its itchiness.
I know you got questions about me and the old man. Ask him. People hates me, man. It's fucking wild. I've got a bunch of stories loaded up. Humanizing, tragic, trick category. They're all tragic. It goes like this. Had a little revolution. Was Comrade Nestor for a bit. Then Presidente Nestor. Then Supreme Leader Nestor for the final stretch. Got in bed with their bank. Made a couple really good deals. Then a couple really bad deals. Disappeared a lot of people.
Nestor had already been forced from power the last time you were here. The toppled regime was old news. Sure, you could use that as an excuse for your ignorance. Or you could just admit that the Herschel of 5 years ago was somehow even more self-centered than the Herschel of today.
Well, owning the Carabineros helped. Even they got tired of him eventually. Authoritarianism's cool and stuff when the economy's going. Not so much when the debts you racked up all over the developed world start going cha-ching. Blowing up those cosmonauts didn't help either. Oh yeah, Dad's big legacy. Supposed to be his fuck you, look at me to the rest of the world. Instead, he got fucked. Big time. I'm not hiding him back there, if that's what you mean. I don't know where he is. Dead, if you believe the streets. Clandestine nursing home for evil old fucks, I expect. Extract whatever state secrets they can during the day with hypnosis. Just Nestor, baby. Mononym. Nombre numero uno. Sweet Septimus, if you're nasty.
The comparison to his sire is inevitable. He's resigned himself completely to the umbilical tie. A noose. A lifeline.
And Septimus Nestor sounds like shit. Syllables are all wrong. Primus, Afonso, Nestor II, Caetano, Nestor III, and Rolando. Dead, exiled, dead, banker, dead, living with a mistress in Talico. What about her? She's a non-entity, surrogate, swimmer meat egg. 9 months later, behold, a fucko, barbiturious, parasailing, and uncle. Proculus Vestinius Pompolusa, Dad's worst general. Knocked Nestor III into the canal while he was putting money on horses. And he didn't drown either. He died from inhaling all the rat piss in the water. Got a piss virus. Bled out of every orifice for a week. I got 12 of them, all Dad's generals. Learned everything about the world from them. On account of Dad being fucking ancient and also busy. Last one out, only one to remain. The last shall become the first. Yeah, haha, good one. But wouldn't have flown. The old man was on a conservative tear that year. You don't want to keep pushing? Bet you could make me cry. Massively, unfixably. I'm a total piece of shit and it's all Dad's fault. Can you imagine how fucking boring I'd be if I wasn't, though? What are you, Portofino in the early 80s? Ha ha. She is. And I'm Septimus, her boyfriend. Who's asking that? Who are you to Karolina? Bzzz. Wrong. Bzzz. Try again. Shit, I know you. You're the mentor, yeah? From when she left university?
His tone changes as your identity dawns on him. Wary, curious, teetering on the edge of hostile.
Not very fucking good, as you should fucking know.
In his tone, there's a spark of excitement not sufficiently smothered by anger.
You're not going anywhere near her. She hasn't been the same since she got mixed up in your balaclava bullshit. No, I do the fuck not. She was tortured, you fetty hag. Fucking cut up by those Lucian fucks.
Eszti wasn't just trying to hurt you. She was telling the truth. For some spies, interrogation is a proving ground. For others, it is a distant shore from which they can only wave and never return.
Sadistic shit, right? Real shit. The kind that comes back to night fuck you. You made my girlfriend crazy. Which, no, she's cool. She's fucking hardcore. But also, you should feel bad, bitch. She's got scars meant for you. My girl's clean as fuck. And you're a nasty bitch, which normally I'll be down with.
He finds his girlfriend's dark past equal parts enraging and intriguing.
Karolina's in the back with the bootlegging equipment. But it's a no-access zone for you. Back up. None shall pass. You got severely limited vision. This bootlegging shit, rank as it may be, this is strictly phase 1. Psycho market research and capital formation.
Translation: they have no ideas and no money.
Original features, you obvious bitch. SEPTIMUS Productions. Skrrrt. Gonna rehab the fuck out of this place too. Turn it into a proper studio. Gonna have producers and groupies and monks and shit lurking about all hours.
The fantasy of the eternal studio hang is more vivid in his mind than any actual production that might occur there.
Then comes phase 3, youth movements, an actual 24/7 party scene. Streetwear labels, good blow. She's fucking masterminding it. She's like the heart-brain glue that holds it all together. Like, what radar? Oh, the big bad culture blockade or whatever? Get out of here with that pussy shit. Carabineros, GMs, whoever. They get absolutely sopping wet for this shit. Just like anyone else. By reputation only. The big man's Petra's problem, not mine.
He has no idea how many parts of his life bear your fingerprints. Karolina's never told him that tempo was your asset too.
Of course he does. No one would believe I was doing it. I bring her the tapes and the discs. She does all the format conversion, the copying, the editing. I've got an arrangement with the Boatman. Once Karoshka's done and the discs are playable on local hardware, I sell them back to the bazaar. And at home, I provide the ambiance. All right. Calling it an all right. Trying to check.
He's much more comfortable with this line of inquiry.
Bring it. That's your spy name? Open your mouth. Show me the molars. Fine. Live in mystery. See if I give a shit. Good. Bring it. Good. No fucking way. I'm not controlling her. I'm controlling you. How do I know you're not here to drag her back into more weird shit? You being honest? Bit late for that. She's been doing better. And seeing you might just set us back to day fucking one.
Beneath his self-deprecating exterior, there is something genuine, sensitive, loving, hopeful. Is the part that desperately wants to hear the whole sordid tale. He's a grown man dressing and acting like a teenager under the protective bluster, the anti-establishment bullshit. Portofiero's most hated toddler is powerless. He can't help her. He's tried.
Spent a lot of time on fucking the people you drag into your shit, have you? in your long storied career as a fouinier de merde?
An old-school derogatory term for spies.
You knew she'd be messed up when she came here, even if you didn't know how she got that way. She talks about you all the fucking time. You know that too? Fair fucking warning. I tried everything. Flowers, stimulants, weed, missionary sex, little bracelet with her name on it. Nothing works.
Shit. He really has tried everything.
She's through there. See if you can talk to her. You make things worse instead of unfucking her though. And I'm coming for you, alright? Yeah, I know. But I'm watching.
The screen glows, but the screen flashes. You back away. A cityscape of machinery stretches into the room. It appears homemade, bound with tape and guile. Pipes transfer liquids from one server to another as you watch. And in a chair at the center of it all, Karoline, IV drip in her arm, headset plugged into the machine. Property of Portofino Sleep Study Lab 89. Do not remove. Evidence of you everywhere, like fingerprints in blood. An assortment of media flashes across the screens. Movies, music videos, art, series, reruns, playing at the same time. Scanning faster than you can keep up. Told you there's something awesome happening here. Get involved. Pale skin stretched taut over the tendons in her hands. Her fingers twitch. Her lips move. Wordless, disjointed mumbling. If you didn't know beforehand, then you might not recognize her as Karoline Arabe. But it's her, absorbed into communion with the machine. She does not respond. You put your hand on her shoulder and shake. She doesn't respond to your touch. You look back toward the machine. Flashes of different TV shows and music videos between static, irregular lights and noise. The brand name on the central monitor reads MS6. The MS6 was recalled after reports that it was able to alter ganglion cell axons at the optic disc, causing users to perceive colours previously thought unavailable to Homo sapiens. No, reports came from medical scientists rather than users themselves, who were rendered mute by what the manufacturer described as the joy of discovery. She whimpers softly. Her voice is hoarse and frail. On the plus side, she's probably so psycho-fucked from this that she won't remember that you abandoned her. You begin to isolate sections of the jumble. Console parts, disc players, everything you'd expect from bootlegging equipment. Something's not working right over there. Septimus must know a safe way to get her out of this thing. Fuck her boyfriend, pull the plug, get her out. Try the console on the other side. The machine blinks in coy invitation. The monitors buzz and flash. You turn away. You return to the console. The function keys are all incomprehensible. Her boyfriend must know how it works. You produce a muffled rapping noise and a slight pain in your knuckle. It's not a door. You back away. You turn away.
Fuck me, Buzz is back already. What now? Oh, for fuck's sake, Tiger Pussy. There's a button right on the console saying interface. Press it. Yeah.
You return to the console. You scan the machine until you see the button, right in the center of the console. It's worn in the middle. Letters fade into black. The other keys still look new. Subject, system. The panel directly beside the input lights up. A green like glowing moss. Words appear, letter by letter. H-E-Y-S, W-H-A-T-S, U-P. She thinks that you're her boyfriend. The screen flashes. A long pause. Karoline begins to stir in her reclining chair.
What?
She swallows, rubs her throat. Her eyes find yours and widen.
Hirsch? Really? You? Oh. Ow.
She blinks, falters. Her head longs. When she looks back up to you, her eyes are a roadmap of blood vessels.
How long since? What happened?
Wonderful. She's so over the crew falling apart and getting tortured that she doesn't even remember.
They're talking.
Her attention wanders back towards the screens.
What were you saying?
A crease grows between her eyebrows. She blinks slowly. She doesn't remember.
Yeah. Built this myself. Lots of anti-bootlegging tech coming out of loots. Brand new all the time. Got to stay ahead of trends.
She's a fucking queen.
People want all this Lusian poison. L-pop. Bullshit. At least we can steal it.
She makes a warbling noise, as if trying to pronounce while also trying to stifle a scream.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. No.
not killing. It's nice. Why did you bring me awake? You want something? Yeah. Okay. No. This is my bootlegging gear. Work stuff. I built it. It's nice.
She strokes the headset a few times to demonstrate. These nightmares are probably just that freak boyfriend molesting her in her sleep.
What? No.
She isn't listening. Her eyes roll toward a point in the middle of her face. Her lips move as if she's soundlessly repeating a conversation to herself. She looks at you.
Oh, hey, Hirsch. What's up?
Chronic sleep deprivation. She's half mad. Kindred is unrecruitable in this condition.
Picked up?
She looks down, unable to keep your gaze.
It's fine. No, it's fine. Nothing.
She shakes her head frantically.
I don't need help. I'm fine. It was whatever. They just asked me.
Her expression cracks, breaks, splits at the seams.
I used to have this nightmare, the interrogation, playing over and over again. No more sleep, no more nightmare.
Assessing these servers while she's plugged into them might allow you to see what she gave up.
No, Hirsch, I can't.
Help the poor thing confront this nightmare. It's killing her. She does not respond.
Yes, I know.
She's an angel. She knows how to be serious about her scale models.
Oh, good. Yeah, great. Yeah.
Maybe she'd open up if you seemed hip, younger, more like a peer than an authority.
No, don't want to.
Not a peer then. How about a parent? Her father might have something you could use.
Bye, Hirsch.
She puts her headset back on and settles into her chair.
Please, if you see... And? Is she eating well? Does it look like she's getting that boyfriend? Fine. He's treating her well. Perhaps he was putting on appearances. Because you are out, I expect he's good at that. Given his upbringing. Wait, if you see Karoline again, Please tell her. She's always my daughter. Thank you.
He gives you a slight nod, indicating that you may leave.
Oh, I suppose I haven't had that time. I suppose that's fine, of course.
He gestures to the small ladder leading up to the second.
Until next.
You return. The doctor shuffles slightly as you ascend. You made it. You approach the children's figurines once again. He can sit at his desk and pretend there's someone upstairs. It coats the tip of your finger, thick and soft and grey beige. A miniature rocket and a group of cosmonauts, Altafiro's doomed space program. At 7 or 8, the memory would have impressed itself deep within the frontal cortex, hers and those of millions of other children watching across the developed world. Orange-suited plastic men, cherubic faces squeezed into little helmets. 2 sit inside the rocket. 1 is planting the Portaferan flag on a pretend lunar surface. One of the figurines appears to be missing from the set. Maybe Karoline took it with her when she moved out. A little souvenir, keeping her closer to home. Even the smallest movement of your body.
Okay, so it's interesting gameplay so far. I've been playing about over 4 hours or so. Haven't been able to recruit any of my former teammates. Been robbed of 2 really important items. It's going to be interesting to see if we can get any further in this game. GV, we've been playing Zero Parades for Dead Spies. I'll see you very soon. Thank you for watching. Be yourself, be amazing, and